In this series of videos, I will show you how to build a Chinese language app with Flutter. Hey guys, my name's Kieran, and when I started learning Chinese, I found the best way to improve my vocabulary was a packet of paper flashcards. So in these videos, we'll be doing the same thing, except making those flashcards with the awesome tool that is Flutter. So before we get started, let's take a quick look at what we're making. So we'll build this app from the ground up, step by step, and we'll cover a lot of interesting topics in Flutter. And of course, you're welcome to make this app with whatever language you'd like. With the introduction out of the way, let's get started.
So I've started a brand new project. So on screen, we can see the Flutter demo code. So the first part is, let's just tidy up this. So I'm going to delete the My Home page, remove these comments here, delete this comment here. Let's update the title, Chinese flashcards. I'll remove the theme data information here. We'll be updating our theme shortly. And then I'll create a new homepage. So the first part, we're going to focus on building the homepage. And because we have a few pages, we'll arrange these in their own directory. I'll name this pages. And then the first one will be the homepage. Okay, STFUL tab to create the new stateful widget and homepage. Import the material library by right-clicking. Now let's reference this new file in here. So import. Okay, so now we should have a black screen. Hot reload, yes. And now also I want to remove that debug banner up the top. So press D, select debug show check mode banner and pass in false. Now that little banner on the right has disappeared. Okay, cool. So now we have set up the basic shell. We can start building this out. So let's go to the home page. So first of all, I will use a scaffold. So the go-to widget for building out the layout. And let's create a title for the home page. So using the AppBar, name this Chinese flashcards. Cool. Let's also center the title, use the center title property in the AppBar, pass in true, and remove the elevation, which is that little shadow under the AppBar. Okay, so now we have an AppBar, we have the title. I also want to build out the body. So here I want, for the homepage, I want a big image for the background, and then all of the topics laid out in a grid view that can be scrolled up. To do that, I'm going to use the body property here and then use the custom scroll view widget. And that will take in a list of slivers, and a sliver is just a portion of the scrollable area. So this will allow us to customize how we want our scroll view to look. Now we could have just created the whole homepage using the custom scroll view and not bothered with a scaffold. But in this case, I find by using the custom scroll view here with the body, it gives us just a little bit more control over what we want to achieve. So the first sliver I want to pass in is an AppBar. So it will be a sliver AppBar. And this will basically be responsible for holding the image, the background image. In the sliver AppBar, I'll then use the flexible space property and use the flexible spacebar widget. And the reason for using the flexible spacebar widget is if I just press Control Q on it here, and we can see that when it collapses, so when it folds up, it will fold up with a parallax effect. So that's a nice little touch. So here I'll select the background property in the flexible spacebar, and this is where I'll pass in the image. So in the meantime, I'm just going to put a text as a placeholder, and we'll import the image shortly. Hot reload. Okay, so we have our flexible spacebar there. Now I want that to be about almost half of the screen for the image. So first thing I'm going to do is I want to get the dimensions of the device. So let's come up to where we've got the build context, and we'll use media query.of and grab the size. Let's save that in a variable so we can use that however many times we want. Okay, so now we have the height and width of whatever device this app is running on. Then in the sliver app bar, I'll select the expanded height property. Now we can pass in the height. So size.height, and we'll make this say 0.4. Let's have a look. Okay, cool. That's pretty much what we want. We can adjust that obviously if we want. And now I'll wrap the text with some padding as well. I'll use size dot width times 0.1. Okay. And now in the custom scroll view, I want all of the topics, all of the flashcards to be laid out in a grid format, and then that can be scrolled upwards, scrolled vertically. So we have one child, the sliver app bar. We can come down and use a sliver grid. So here we have two required parameters. We have a delegate and a grid delegate. Let's look at the delegate first. A sliver child builder delegate, and this will be responsible for building out the actual topic tiles, the grid tiles. So here we need to have a builder. So we have a context and an index, and an index will line up with every single child, will be assigned a different index, so we can track all of our children using the index here, which is of type int. And in the meantime, let's have our builder just return a container, and we'll update that shortly. Okay, so we have our delegate. So we've passed in a sliver child builder delegate. So this is our builder here. This will build out all of our tiles on demand, build out all of our children as we scroll up. So we can have an infinite amount of children. So we could just keep adding topics to this app. Now let's look at the grid delegate, and this is responsible for the layout, how we want it to look. Here I will pass in a sliver grid delegate with fixed cross-axis count, and this basically allows us to set how many columns we want running along the horizontal axis. So when we can scroll vertically, the cross-axis will be the horizontal axis. So here we can set cross-axis count and pass in 3. So we'll basically have 3 columns here. Now let's see how that looks. I'll do a hot reload. And we have 3 columns, but we cannot see that. So let's create some spacing on the cross axes first. We'll pass in say 6, and also on the main axis here. Let's do a hot reload. Cool, and now we can see that we can scroll up, and we could just keep loading topics. And I also want to create some padding on the left and right hand side. So the custom scroll view, I will come up here and wrap that with some padding. And instead of wrapping all sides, I just want to wrap 2 sides, the left and right. And I'll create a variable here. So we can just set that to size.width, and we'll say 0.04. And then down here, we have only, so we have left, and we'll pass in width padding, and we have right, and we'll pass in width padding. And you can see we have an error here, and that's because we have the const keyword, and because we will be getting the size at runtime, we cannot make this a const. So let me remove the const keyword there, and voila, our error has disappeared. Okay, cool. So now let's check that out. Okay, cool. So we just have a little bit of padding on each side. And that's part of the reason that I like putting the custom scroll view against the body, so we can wrap that in some padding, but have this app bar separate. Now looking at the app bar too, I'd like that to be a little bit bigger. So I'll use toolbar height, size.height times 0.15. So we've just pulled that app bar out. I also want the app bar to have rounded corners on the bottom left-hand side and the bottom right-hand side. So I'll use the shape property, and now I can use a rounded rectangle border. Here I can select border radius and use border radius dot only. And now I can select, I want bottom left, and then radius dot circular. And then let's pass in say 30, and also on the bottom right. Okay, cool. So we have curves here. It looks a little bit funny at the moment because our colors are off, but once we update our themes, it should start to look a little bit nicer. Okay, cool. So we have our app bar there. We have where our image should go, and we have where our topic should be arranged in the grids here. Now let's move on to the next step and populate these grid tiles with actual topics. So to do that, we need a data set to work with. So let's create that. So first of all, I want to create a model class which is going to represent every single word in this app. So in the lib, I'm going to create a new directory, and this will be named models. Then in here, I'll create a new Dart file, and this will be named Word. I'll create a class which is named Word. So what we're doing here is we want to have every word in this app represented by a model object. So by using a model class, we can easily encapsulate all of that data. So let's set up those properties. So we'll have 4. They'll all be of type string. So they'll all be final to. Final string topic. We'll have a final string English. We will have a final string character. So that'll be the Chinese character. And we'll have a final string pinyin. Now all of these are required. So we'll create our constructor. We'll use the required keyword, so these must be passed in when we create an object. And we'll use this keyword just to reference them nice and easily. So we've got topic, required this dot English, required this dot character, and required this dot pinyin. So now let's set up a list of type word, which will be our word bank for the game. So it will be all of our data. So in lib, I'll go new directory, and I'll name this data. Then I'll create a new Dart file, and I'll name this words. So this is plural. Then this will be a final list. This will be named words. So now we have a list of type word. We can populate this with as many words as we want to create all of our words for the app. So let's create our first entry. And now we have that nicely ready for us to fill in. So let's create our first topic. We'll make this a topic of beach related words. Let's create our first word. We'll make this swimsuit. And now we need a Chinese character and pinyin. So to populate this list, there's a couple of ways to do it. If you're not familiar with Chinese, for example, you could just go to Google Translate, put in the English word, and then copy and paste in the character and pinyin here. If you are a little bit familiar with Chinese, then you may want to just type this in directly. So let me show you how to set up so you can type in Chinese characters on Windows and also type in pinyin. So under Windows settings, go to time and language, then down to language here on the left hand side, and then you can add in whatever language that you want by pressing that plus icon here, so you can add in Chinese or heaps of other options too. Once you've installed that language, down here on the bottom right, you just need to change to that language before you start typing. And again, this will be a little bit difficult if you're not already familiar with Chinese, so otherwise you could just copy and paste in the word or do another language that you're more familiar with. So in this case, I want to type in swimsuit in Chinese. So to type out the Chinese character, you type in pinyin, and then you'll have the character show up. So swimsuit is yo yong yi, so yo yong yi, and that is the first entry here, so number 1. So just press 1, so we have the character. With the Windows language setting, you can display characters, but you can't display the pinyin. So if you'd like to display pinyin, I'm using a really small app that's really helpful. So you can install this. It will take a few seconds. Come down here. It's named Japanese pinyin tones, but it will display the Chinese tones, so that's fine. First one is tone 2. The second one is tone 3. So you type in the pinyin and then you press 1, 2, 3, or 4 after to indicate the tone. And then the last one is the first tone. So now we have our first entry. Let's create a few more entries. So in total, let's create, say, 20 and 25 entries. That's a good initial dummy data set to get working with. So I'll copy this, paste this a few times. So we have swimsuit. Next one, put in seashell. And in this case, I've got a bunch of beach words. I've got some bird words. And then for these other topics, I've just got one word for each topic, but obviously you'd want to fill out multiple words for every different topic. But this just gives us an idea of the data set, and then we can build on this later. So now that we have our data, our word bank, let's go back to our homepage. So now in the home page, we want to populate these grid tiles with all of the different topics. So let's get that done. I'm going to create a list, and I'll just press Control Spacebar, so we're typing in English again. I'll create a list of type string, and I'll write topics. So this list will just hold the actual topics. And I've used an underscore here, so this is just private to this class. In this init state, what I want to do is populate this list of string with all the topics. So to do that, I can just use a for in loop. So this will cycle through all of the entries in our words list that we just created. And then I can write topics.add the topic. And we'll have one small issue with this current code, and that is the same topic will be repeated. And here I've written, if it does not already contain this topic, then add it. So that way we'll avoid the same topic being added to the list more than once. Okay, so now we have this list populated with all the different topics when the init state runs, when this home page first runs. So now let's populate those in our containers. So we'll come down here to our builder, and at the moment we're just returning a container. Let's create a child, text, and in here I'll write topics, and then I can select this at the index. Okay, hot restart. And we have a range error, and that is because we only have a limited amount of topics. So what we need to do is in here, we have a child count property, and we need to set that to topics.length. Okay, hot restart. Okay, cool. So now we have all of our topics laid out. Let's also sort these so they're alphabetical. Looks a little bit better if we've done it that way. So down here, we can just go to our topics list and select the sort method, and then that should do all the work for us. Hot restart. Perfect. So now we have all of our topics laid out alphabetically. Now let's make our topic box look a little bit nicer. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to refactor this out into its own Flutter widget. So I'll call this topic tile, and I'll put this in its own file. I'll create a new directory, and I'll name this components. So this will be basically all the different widgets, particularly the widgets that we use multiple times in the app. I'll create a directory and another directory that I'll name homepage, and in here I'll create a Dart file, and this will be our topic tile. And because we'll have components for different pages, I'm going to put this in a subdirectory here just to keep it nice and organized. So in this new file, I'll paste in topic tile and then just import material. And here we need to pass in the actual topic. So let's create a string. We'll name this topic. We can remove this here. We can then just put required this dot topic, and then we can just write in the topic directly here. Back in the home page, topic, we will just write topics at the index and then import the file that we just created. So here we're passing in each topic based on the index of when our child is laid out in our grid. Cool, so now we can just focus on this topic tile here. So the first thing is I want to give the corners some rounding. So decoration, and I'll use a box decoration, and then border radius dot circular, and then we'll pass in, say, 30. Let's see how that looks. Oh, we need to add some color as well. So color. Okay, and now for each of our tiles, I want us to have an image and also the text under that image. So to do that, let's use a column. So this container I'll wrap in a column, and each of these children I'll wrap in an expanded. Copy this and paste this here. Okay, and I'll just write image here. So we'll import our images very shortly. So here we have the image and then the topic under it. I want the image to be a little bit bigger, so we'll put a flex of 2, and the default flex is 1 here. So the expanded is forcing its children to fill up all of the available space, and then that flex property is proportionally dividing that space. Now I think this is probably a good point to actually get images into the app. So let's do that. So in pubspec.yaml, to import our assets into the app, we need to first come to pubspec.yaml, and then we have our images section here. I'll uncomment this out, Control/. The indentation should be two across. We do not need that second line. And now in the root of the project, let's create a directory named assets, and this will hold all of the assets for our app. So the first bunch of assets will be our images. So I'll create a subdirectory named images, and then here we need to put in the path. So assets, images, and rather than specifying all of our individual images, we can just leave it with a / here. So here is a collection of PNG images on transparent background. These are a relatively small size each, so around 80 KB give or take. The important thing is that the topic names match exactly the file names here. So let's copy all of these. Back in the project, let's paste all of the images in the images folder. So we have all of these in here. Then let's run pubget, click up here. Okay, cool. So now we should be able to access these images. Back in the topic tile, here where we have text, we will write image.asset, assets, images, topic.png. Click there. Okay, and now let's do a hot restart. Okay, cool. So we now have all of these images appearing in our topic tiles. Now let's put a little bit of padding around the images. So I'll wrap the images in some padding, and we'll say wrap that in say 12. Okay, that looks a little bit tidier. Now in this app, when the user taps on one of these topics, they'll then go to the next page, which will display all the words for that topic. So we need to be able to have these topic tiles interactable. So let's wrap the container in a gesture detector, and then we can use the onTap property. This takes in a function. So whenever these tiles are tapped, let's, for the meantime, just print out tile tapped, and then we'll put in the name. Okay, so let's test this. Tile tap beach, tile tap dessert, tile tap drinks. Okay, cool. So we have these topic tiles laid out, and we can now tap them. And then soon we'll update the app, so this will take us to a new page. So what I would like to do now is apply a theme to the app. And in this case, we're doing a Chinese language app. So we'll keep it nice and simple. And I want to use two main colors throughout this app, which is a darkish red and a golden yellow. So what I will do is I'll first create those two colors as a constant. So I'm going to create a new directory, and I'm going to call this configs. And in this configs folder, I'm going to put our themes and our constants, which will define how our app looks. So I'm going to create a new Dart file, and this one will be called constants. And in here, I'm going to create the two colors. So const of type color, and we'll call this one red. Now to set the color, I'll type color dot from ARGB, and now we can put in the alpha, red, green, and blue. And I should also import the material here. So the alpha, we'll set that at 255, and now we'll set in the red, green, and blue. And for a dark red, I've just used a color picker tool. So 215, 0, and 0. Cool, so that's our red. And then I also want to create a yellow. 255 for the alpha, 255 for the red, 165 here, and 30 here. And cool, we can see the golden yellow and the red color there. Now in the configs folder, I'm going to create another Dart file, and I'll name this themes. And to set the themes for the app, we'll use the theme data class.
import the material. Okay, so now we can just define how our app looks in this class here, rather than going through all the individual parts of the app and updating it. We can update the majority of the app here in our theme data. So that keeps things nice and easy, and if we want to make a change, we just need to come back to this file, to this class, to update any changes that we want to make. So first of all, I want to set a primary color for the app. And the primary color will be that red color we just created, that constant we just created. So now that we have one of our properties set up, let's go to our main, and here we have our theme data. So what we can do is just write in app theme. So pass in that variable that we just created. Then we need to import the file that we placed it in. So now we have our theme data. We will just update everything here. So first, let's set the background of the tiles to that red we created. So back in components, we'll go to topic tile. And in our box decoration, to set this as our primary color, I'll type in theme of context, and now I can select primary color. Okay, cool. So that red color has now updated to our primary color. And now this is really handy. We can update this in all the different places that we want. Let's update the text as well. So let's come back to our themes. So in our theme data, we can update our text theme, and we'll write in text theme. And our default text is body text 2. It's not body text 1, it's actually body text 2. And then let's set the default theme. We'll write text style. And now we can update this. So the first thing is I want the default color to be white. I want the default size to be 18. And a really handy way to set a text theme is to use Google Fonts. So here we can choose heaps of different types of fonts. So in pub.dev, type in Google Fonts. Grab the dependency here. So here I'll just paste this in Google Fonts, run pub-get. Then back in our themes, I'll select font family, and I just need to write Google Fonts. I need to import the library here, and heaps of different options to choose from. In this case, I'm going to use Noto Sans, and then I need to type dot font family. Okay, cool. So now this is set as our default font. So we now have our font updated, and that's looking a little bit nicer. Now in my case, I was also getting an error when I ran the Google Fonts, so I did a full restart, and that error has disappeared. So if you do get an error, perhaps a full restart could fix any problems. So now let's continue updating the theme of the app. Let's look at this app bar up here. So I can come down here in our text theme, and then I can, under our text theme, I can select AppBar theme, and then I can select AppBar theme here. I can then select title text style. I'll select text style, font family, and then let's also use Google Fonts here, the same font, paste that in there. So I've updated the font there. Let's make that a lot bigger. I'll put font size of 20. I'll put font weight. I'll make this bold. And now let's do a hot restart. Okay, cool. So we have the title looking good. Let's come down here, and we can also update the color, and we can set this to K red. Do a hot restart. So hot reload won't work in this case. So do a hot restart. Okay, cool. So we have that background updated with that same red color. Now coming down, we can also set the scaffold background color. I'll set this to our yellow. Okay, so we now have a background of yellow. And on the home page image, for the banner image, I want to paste in this cool looking Chinese dragon head.
So in our assets images, let's paste that in. So we've pasted in a PNG dragon. Then in our home page where we have our placeholder text, let's replace that with image.asset and put in the path. Alrighty, let's do a hot restart. Okay, cool. So we have our dragon, and here let's change the color from red, because this is actually an AppBar, so we're getting the red color from the theme we selected earlier. So let's also set that as yellow. So to do that, I will select background color, theme of, and then we can select the scaffold background color. Cool, so this here is allowing us to grab an instance of our theme, and then we can select the different properties that we want. And now if we scroll up, we can see that that dragon sort of fades away, looks kind of cool, fades up and then fades away, and we can keep scrolling. Alright, awesome. Next up is I want to also add in a bit of Chinese to the title. So I'll put this on the second line. I'll write /n to indicate a new line. So to write in Chinese, I'll press Control Space and I'll type in 中文学习卡. And let's see how that looks. Cool, and we need that to be centered. So this title is centered, but to actually get the two lines centered, I'll just press Control Space, get us back to English, text align, and then we'll put dot center. Okay, cool, so that looks a little bit cleaner. Alright, awesome. Now next up is I want to create a button on the top left and the top right of the home page to take us to our settings and review page. So I've created two images here. We could also use icon button, that would be perfectly fine too. But in this case, I want to use these images just to keep with the style of the app. So I'll copy those. So back in the app, I've pasted in these two images in the images folder. I want the settings to be on the left hand side and the review to be on the right hand side. So this text, I'm going to wrap this in a row so we can have the settings, title, review laid out side by side. So let's lay out the image first for the settings. So assets, put in the path. Okay, so that's way too big, but that's okay. We'll fix that up. Wrap that within a size box. Let's give that a width 0.06. Okay, so that looks a lot better. Let's also do this on the other side. So this time the image should be review. Okay, there we go. Now we need to fix up the alignment. So in the row, main axis alignment, and I'll put space between. Okay, so that looks a lot better. Now I also want these icons to be higher, not placed here in the middle. So to do that, I'm going to wrap size box in a column, and I'll just put another size box under it just to push the other one up. And this should be height, not width. Okay, so that looks better. Now instead of just putting these values in directly, I think it'll be better if we create these as a constant, and that way we could just update them in one place. So in our configs, constants, I'm going to create a double. I'll name this icon padding, prefixing it with a K, and then set that at 0.06. And now back in our home page, I'll just write icon padding here, and now we can just replace that value here with this constant here. Now let's also push the review icon up too. So again, I'll wrap this in a column,
and just create another size box. Height, I'll just copy this here, actually, make it a bit easier. Just paste that in. Okay, cool, so we have our two icons up the top here. So later on, we'll create a settings page. So when we click on this, we'll go to the settings page and also a review page, which will have all of the cards user has answered incorrectly and saved to the device. Next up is I want to apply some animation to the home page, and I want to do this to give the home page a nicer look when it loads, but also the images on our topic tiles might take a moment to appear. So if we mask that with a bit of animation that fades in these images, we won't notice these images if they take a second to appear on screen. So it'll just have a nicer effect. So let's create some animation. So in our lib, I'm going to create a new directory and we'll name this animations. Then I'll create a new Dart file and I'll name this fade in animation. I'll create a new stateful widget, fade in animation, import material. Okay, so this animation is going to wrap around any object that we pass in and then animate that widget. So we need to pass in the widget. So I'll create a widget, I'll name this child, and then this must be passed in, required this.child. Okay, cool. And now down here in the state class, let's create the animation. So first of all, we need an animation controller. I'll use the late keyword. We'll initialize this in the init state. And when we're using an animation controller, we should mix in a ticker. So here I'll select a single ticker provider state mixin because we'll just have one animation controller. Let's set up the init state. Okay, so we have our init state. So we've got animation controller. Here we'll initialize the animation controller. To sync the animation controller up with our ticker we just created, we'll use the vsync this. And now let's apply a duration. We'll say 800 milliseconds. Okay, and also we should dispose of the animation controller. So I'll use the dispose method here. And animation controller.dispose. So the animation effect we want to create is we want the image to scale in and also to fade in. So we want two animations happening. So let's create some animation objects. These will both be of type double. We'll name the first one scale animation and we'll name the second one opacity animation. Now let's initialize these. Let's look at the scale one first. Scale animation, and we'll set this to a tween. So here we have a begin. So we don't want to make this too obvious. So something like 0.9. And then the end value will be the original size. Return an animation object. We'll use the .animate method. And here I'll pass in curved animation. So let's drive this with our animation controller, pass that in, and here we can also apply a curve. So by using the curved animation, we can apply a curve. So curves dot, and we'll select ease in out sign to make it nice and subtle. Okay, so that's our scale animation. Now let's also create our opacity animation. Again, we'll set this to a tween, which is of type double. We'll make this 0.5. And we'll have the end value again at 1. And we can just copy this here and paste this here. Okay, so we have a scale animation and an opacity animation. And down here, we can build the animation. So to do that, I'll use transform. And then I will pass in matrix4.identity, which will allow us to transform the widget. And I'll go ... and select scale. So here we can use the scale method to transform the widget, and we'll just write in scale animation.value. All right, cool. So we have our scale animation. Now we also need to wrap this in a animation builder.
for it to animate. So I'll wrap this in an animated builder. This has an animation, and I'll pass in the animation controller. And the child should be replaced with a builder. Okay, and the second animation we want to apply that will run at the same time is the opacity. So let's just wrap the transform with an opacity widget. And here we can use the opacity property and pass in opacity animation dot value. Okay, cool. So we have two different types of animation effects. We'll have an opacity and a scale, and all of this is wrapped in our animated builder. And the last thing we need to do is kickstart the animation. So in our init state, we'll run animation controller dot forward, which will start the animation and run it from 0 to 1 over the duration of 800 milliseconds. All right, awesome. I'm going to press Ctrl Alt L, just format that, and let's add the const modifier here. All right, cool. So now that we have our animation class set up, let's apply it. I'll go to homepage, and first let's wrap the dragon. So this is really easy to apply. Type in fade in animation, and voila, we have applied it. So we can apply it everywhere we want. Let's test it out first on the dragon. And it's not working, and that is because we need to add in the child here. So we'll access that by writing widget.child. So that child is the widget that we passed into the stateful widget. So to access it down here in the state class, we'll type widget.child. And now hopefully this will work. Hot restart. Cool. Let's look at that one more time. Cool. So there's a subtle fade in. Now, one thing that we should update is the alignment. So it's sort of coming in from the top left and fading into the center. Let's have that fade in from the center. So in transform, I'll select alignment, alignment.center. Let's look at that again. Perfect. Okay, so that's what we want. Now let's also apply this to the title. So we'll come up here where we've got our title, and we can just wrap that with our fade in animation. And also let's apply it to each of these topic cards. So we'll go to components, topic tile, wrap with an animation, fade in animation. Now let's see how that looks. Cool. So we have a slight fade in. Okay, cool. So the basic outline of our home page is done. Let's just format the home page a little bit. I'll press Ctrl Alt L, get the formatting looking a bit nicer. Right click, add const modifiers everywhere in the file. Don't need one here if we have one up there. And cool, so our home page is looking pretty good. We do a hot restart. Things are going to have a subtle animation when they come in. We can now click on these different topics. So tile, tap, beach, birds, body, and so on. We also have a button that will take us to a settings page and a review page. Now next up, let's actually build the game page for the app, where we can self-test ourselves against all these different flashcards. So now that we have the home page pretty much looking as we want, let's move on to the next step and build the flashcards page, so where we can self-test the flashcards. So to do that, in Pages, I'll create a new Dart file, and I'll name this Flashcards page. In here, I'll create a new stateful widget, Flashcards page, and import the material. And cool, so now we have a new page we can go to. So we need to get to this page, and we want to do that whenever one of these tiles are tapped on the home page. So let's go to those topic tiles. So in Components, Homepage Topic Tile, and at the moment, these are wrapped with a gesture detector. So every time the gesture detector is tapped, we have an onTap property, and this function here will be called. So in here, we'll create a method
that will navigate us to this new page. Now I'm going to create this method in a new file in a new folder. So I'll create a new directory and I'll name this utils, and then I will create a new Dart file that I'll name methods, and in here I'll create a new method named load session to load the new session. Now the reason I'm putting this method in its own file is basically for organizational purposes. So I'll put all of the main methods, so this will have a bit of logic in addition to navigating to a new page, and also all of our helper methods that we'll use in multiple places in the app. So it's just a good way to have everything in one spot, so we can come here and update our methods as we need, and also reuse them when we need to. So in load session, to navigate to the new page, I will use the navigator class .of context, and then we have a whole lot of different methods that will help us with our navigation. So in this case, I want to use push replacement because that will push on a new page, push on a new route, and then once that has animated onto the screen, the new page, and the animation has been completed, the old route will be removed. And in here, where we have our new route, we want to pass in where we want to go. So in this case, I'm going to pass in a material page route, and the material page route will give us a nice little animation when we move between the pages. And in here, we can just pass in the builder. So context, and then the shorthand, the arrow syntax for this builder, and then we can just point to the page that we want to push on, which will be that page we just created, Flashcards page. Cool. Okay. And you will notice here we have a red line under the context, and we're outside of a stateful stateless widget, so we don't have one. So we can pass one into this method, however, and we need to use the required keyword because we definitely need it, and we'll pass this in. So where we call this needs to give this method a context, an instance of a build context, and then this navigator will be able to run. Okay, cool. So we're using a navigator, passing in a material page route, and then pushing on the new page, and then once that's been pushed on, we'll remove the previous page. Okay, cool. So we have this. We can now test this out. So let's go to our topic tile, and under here, I'll write load session. Our context has been passed in, and now this should hopefully work. And before we run it, and I'll update this container to a scaffold, and I'll put in an AppBar. Okay, so hot restart. Now let's tap on a card, doesn't matter which one. Cool, and now we have navigated to this new page. Now just for example purposes, we could change push replacement to just push, and in that case we won't remove the previous page, previous route when we animate to this new page. So let's see that. And in this case, because we're pushed on this new page, we're given this back button here, this handy back button, and we can go forward and back. But in this case, I do want to use the push replacement. And the reason for that is later on, that'll just help with managing the whole state of the application. Let's do a hot restart. Okay, cool. So we now have the ability to navigate to our new page. Next up, when we select a topic, let's say birds, we'll navigate through to a new page, and we also want to be able to communicate that new topic to that new page. So we need a way to effectively communicate the data in the application between widgets and have our widgets UI update in response to changing data. So to help us manage the changing state of our application, we'll use the provider package. So the first step is look up provider in pub.dev and then grab the dependency. So copy this here and let's paste that in pubspec.yaml, add in the package, paste this under google.fonts and then run pub-get. So to get this working, we're first going to create a class which will define a set of variables, and then provider will provide an instance of that class throughout our widget tree. So let's get this in place. So the first step is let's create a class. I'm going to put this in a directory, which I'll name notifiers. And I'm going to create a new Dart file, which I'll name Flashcards Notifier. And the reason I'm naming this notifier is because this class will extend a change notifier. So I'll write class Flashcards Notifier and then extends change notifier. So this change notifier, separate from the provider package, but it will work with the provider package, and this will allow us to call a method, notify listeners, which will dispatch a change notification to any widgets that are listening. Let's set up our provider so we can expose this throughout our project. So to do that, we'll go to main, and we want to create our provider right at the top of our widget tree. So I'll wrap my app with a multi-provider, and we're using multi-provider because, as the name suggests, we'll be setting up a few provider objects throughout this project. So this is the first one. So we have a list of providers, and to set this up, create our first object. We'll write create, we can just put an underscore, we do not need to access the context, use the arrow syntax, and then we can just point to Flashcards Notifier. Cool, so that's done. So now any widgets in our widget tree can access Flashcards Notifier, can read values, update values, and listen to values. Cool, so now that's done. Let's go to Flashcards Notifier. I'll press Ctrl B, and let's define our first variable. So as mentioned earlier, we want to be able to communicate what topic was selected when we navigate through to the new page. So in this case, I'm going to create a variable of type string. I'll name this topic, and I'll just initialize this as an empty string. And I'm also going to create a method named setTopic. This will be required string topic. So this method will set the topic whenever it's called, and to reference this variable we just created, I'll use this keyword. This topic is equal to the topic that we pass in to this method, and then after that we'll call notify listeners. So that's from the change notifier class, which will dispatch a change notification to any of our listeners. Cool. Okay, so now that's set up. So now let's call this method. So in our methods, when we load a session, this is a good place to call that. So to do that, we first write provider, import the provider package, provider of context, and then in angle brackets, we'll put in the object we want to access, which is Flashcards Notifier. And then here we can access that method, setTopic. So we need to pass in topic here. So let's create that as a required argument for this method. Okay, cool. So we can access the Flashcards Notifier by using the static of method on our provider. And lastly, because we do not need to listen to changes, I'm going to pass in false to the listen property here, and we may get an exception at runtime if we don't do that. All right, cool. So we have our provider. So when we call this method, our provider will access this object, call this method, and pass in the value of our topic. So in our topic tile, we just need to update this method here. So we pass in the topic, and here we have the topic, so we can just pass that straight in. So the last step is, if we go to Flashcards page, so this is the actual widget that we want to update when our topic value changes. So to do that, I'm going to wrap the scaffold in the consumer class from the provider package, and in angle brackets, we'll pass in Flashcards Notifier. So this is the object that we want to listen to for change notifications, and then consumer has a builder. Write that in, and it's only the middle parameter we care about. So I'll put an underscore and a double underscore for the first and third parameters, and then just point to the scaffold here and import the provider. So our consumer will listen to Flashcards Notifier. When we get a notification of a change, the builder will run and update the widget tree. So therefore, we can update the UI. So here, let's update the title. So title, use the text widget and notifier, and now we can access the topic. All right, cool. So we have our puzzle all completed. We have our change notifier class. Provider will expose that object throughout our widget tree, and then we can listen to it from wherever we want using a consumer, which will rebuild the widget tree when it receives a change notification, and we can update the UI. So let's test this out. We will do a hot restart. Let's click on insects. Okay, cool. So we now have insects displayed in our new page. And if we go back, we'll just test this again. And we have drinks displayed. Okay, cool. So we have our provider imported, and we have a good way to manage the changing state of our app. Now let's update the app bar in our flashcards testing page. So I want to update the theme, and on the left hand side I also want to create an image. So for drinks we'll have the image of drinks. Now we can update the properties here. So we can set the elevation and center the title, but a better way to do that is if we go to themes, and then in our app bar theme we can set the elevation here, and also I want the center title to be true. So therefore the default values for all of our app bars will be this, and we do not need to set the values in all our individual app bars, so that helps keep our code concise and our app consistent. And in our home page we can then remove these properties here because they will already be the default values. So now if we do a hot restart, we can see the home page still has 0 elevation here and the title is still centered. Let's go here and we can see that this app bar, which is a slightly different style, so I want the app bar for this page, our settings page and the review page, to be this style, and our home page will be slightly different, but all app bars will have the title centered and no elevation, so that will be part of our app bar theme. Okay, cool. So now let's add in an image on the left hand side. So if we go to our flashcards page in our app bar, we can use the leading property. So here we can pass in a widget that will appear on the left hand side. So we'll pass in an asset, image.asset, and now we want to pass in the path for the asset, the image. So this will be assets, images, and now we need / and now we need the name of the topic. So we can get that from notifier, from provider, from here, and we can select topic and then write .png. Cool, and just delete this S here. So assets, images, / this will be the topic name .png. So let's see how that looks. Do a hot reload. Cool, so we've got beach, and now we've got the image of our beach that we have on the home page. I'm also going to put a little bit of padding around here. So right click, wrap with some padding. Cool, that looks a little bit cleaner. Cool, so now we want that image to animate from our home page to this position when we navigate pages. So this is quite easy to do. We'll go to our topic tile, and here we can wrap the image in a hero widget. And this has one property that we must pass a value into, and that's the tag. So the tag in this case will be the topic name because each topic will be different. Cool, so we can just write in topic here because we have this as a string. So this tag must be of type string, so I'll pass in the topic. So in this case that will be beach. And then if we go back to flashcards, we'll also wrap this image in a hero. And as long as we've got the same tag, Flutter will be able to do the rest. And here we'll access the tag by notifier, which we've got from our consumer, .topic. Alright, cool. So this should work. So let's check this out. Do a hot restart. Let's click on drinks. Cool. And we can see that animated from home page to that spot there. Let's look at that once more. Cool. Okay, so that's looking good. Next up is on the right hand side, I want to have an X icon that will exit this page and take us back to the home page. So I've used the leading property for the left hand side. For the right hand side, we'll use actions, and this takes in a series of widgets. In this case, we just want one. We'll use the icon button. So this has a function that'll be called whenever this button is tapped. And then for our icon, we'll write icon, and then here we can write icons dot and select the icon we want. In this case, icons dot clear. So heaps of different options. Do a hot reload. Cool, so now we have an icon popping up there, and now when this is tapped, we want to navigate back to the home page. So in here, we'll use the navigator class to do that. And because we've removed the home page from our stack of pages, we need to push back on the home page. So if we didn't remove it, we could have just popped off this page and we'd be back on the home page. But in this case, I want to push back on the home page, and I want to use push and remove until. So this method here will push back on the home page and remove all other routes. And that will essentially just refresh the app when we navigate back to the home page, which will help with how we manage the state of the application later on. So to do that, we'll pass in material page route similar to before, and then we'll push on the home page here. So use the arrow syntax and write in home page. Cool. And to have all previous routes removed, we must set the route predicate. This bit of code here returns false. Cool. So now when we go back to a home page, all previous routes will be removed, and that'll keep our app working nice and smoothly. All right, cool. I'm just going to press Ctrl-Alt-L, get that formatted. And now let's see how that looks. Do a hot restart. I'll tap body, exit. Cool. And we can see the hero animation is working, and that's giving this a nice seamless look as we navigate from the home page to this page. And the last thing I want to do is refactor out this app bar into its own standalone widget. And the reason for that is I want to reuse this widget in a few different pages. So I'll be using this in this page and also the settings page and review page. So it makes sense to have this in its own widget instead of duplicating this code, and it also ensures we have a consistent app bar in different pages. So right click, refactor, extract Flutter widget. We'll name this custom app bar. Here we need to create a new consumer. So this is just the same as the consumer we created above. Flashcards notifier. Create the builder again. Cool. And we can leave this consumer in place because we'll be needing it later on. So no point removing it. Okay, now we have one small issue, and our app bar is expecting a preferred size widget, and this is not a preferred size widget that it's getting. So to fix that, we can right click, wrap with widget, and wrap this with a preferred size, and we can use preferred size because that implements the preferred size widget, which is an abstract class. So therefore this will be accepted, and we still have a red line because we need to fill in the preferred size property. So let's pass in size from height, and we'll put in 56, which I believe is the standard height for the app bar in the material design. Okay, cool. So we now have this set up. Let's also put this custom app bar in its own file. So we'll make this as a component. I'll create a new directory. I'll name this app, and let's create a new Dart file, and I'll name this custom app bar. Let's paste that in, import the material, import provider, import our model class, Flashcards notifier, and import our home page. Cool. And then back here we now need to import that new file we created. So import that. Alright, cool. So we now have our app bar set up. and we can reuse this throughout the project. And what we'll do now is create the flashcards and have them animate with a slide animation. So when the session first starts, we'll have a flashcard automatically animate from the bottom of the screen to the center of the screen. So to do that, we're going to create the slide animation in its own stateful widget, and therefore we can just wrap around the flashcard and animate that, and we can furthermore use that slide animation with other widgets in the app and also have different types of slide animation, so to animate from different directions and also in and out. So let's get started. First of all, in animations, we'll create a new Dart file. I'll name the slide animation. We'll create a new stateful widget of the same name. Import material. First of all, we want to pass in the actual widget that will wrap around and animate. So this will be of type widget, so any widget we want basically. Then use the required keyword. This argument must be passed in. Now down here in the state class, let's create our animation controller. I'll use the late keyword because we'll initialize this in the init state. And then we must have this synced up with a ticker. So in the state class, we'll mix in with the with keyword a single ticker, provide a state mixin. Then in the init state, let's initialize our controller. To sync this up with the ticker, we'll just use the this keyword, and let's set the duration. Let's say 400 milliseconds, and we can adjust that as we need to. Secondly, we'll set up another animation object, and this will be of type offset. So this will offset the widget based on its original position on either the X or Y axes, or both at the same time. And this will offset it based on its current size. So let's get that working. We're going to set a tween to that, so we can have the begin and end position. So our animation will be set to a tween of type offset. Here we have a begin and also an end position. So let's set the begin. So our begin offset, we want this to be 0 on the X, so the X will be unchanged. It's the Y, the vertical axis we care about, and we'll make that 1. So that'll be offset by a factor of its own size, which will push it off the screen. Then our end position will be its original normal position, which will be in the center of the screen. So we'll set that at 0, 0. And now we need to chain.animate to this tween to set this up. And in here we pass our controller. But firstly, let's pass in a curved animation. Here we can pass in our controller, and this will just allow us to apply a curve instead of this being linear. And let's choose ease and out. Alright, so we have our animation object set up. So here, replace the container with a slide transition. So this is an animation widget which will do the animating for us. And here we just need to pass in an animation of type offset. So we already have that object ready. We'll just pass in animation there. And secondly, we'll pass in the child, so the actual widget that will be animated. So here we'll write widget dot child. That will be the child we passed into the stateful widget, so the widget we want to animate. Okay, so we have this set up. We need to kickstart the animation. To do that, we'll call forward on our animation controller, and we'll do this in the init state, so this will run when this first runs. So back in our flashcards page, we need to actually create the flashcard that will animate. So let's create a really simple outline of the card first. So using the body property in our scaffold, we'll use the container. Here I want to set the color. I'll use this using box decoration. So therefore we can update the border of the card also later on. But firstly, let's set the color, and we'll set that to the theme that we defined earlier, our primary color, which will be a color of red. Hot reload. Alright, cool. So we have the card filling up the whole body. So let's put some margin around the edges. Let's do this proportionally. So firstly, we'll grab the dimensions of the device using media query of size, store this in a variable named size. Then here in our container, we can put the width. So size dot width, and we'll say this is 0.9. And then here we'll put the height, size.height, and we'll say 0.7, just taking into account the fact that we'll have an app bar taking up some of the screen's height. Okay, hot reload, and we have some margin around the edges. Let's also center the container, wrap in a center. Okay, so now we're ready to apply our animation. Okay, so nice and easy to apply. Wrap the flashcard with slide animation. Import the library, and now we can test this. Alright, nice. So we saw the card automatically slide into the center from the bottom. Let's slow that down just so it's a bit clearer for example purposes. We'll set that at, say, 4 seconds. Okay, perfect. So that's exactly what we want. Now let's build on this slide animation widget. So instead of just sliding in one direction, it can slide in a variety of directions based on what we pass into it. So firstly, to do that, we'll set up an enum in a new directory. I'll create named enums. So let's create a Dart file, and this enum will be named slide direction. And here we'll create an enum slide direction. So this will represent all the different directions the slide animation can run in. So the first one is no direction. The next one we'll put left away. So left away will be from the center of the screen and it will animate to the left hand side of the screen. We'll do right away. We'll do up in, so that animates up to the center of the screen. We'll also do left in, from the left into the center, and also right in. Control Alt L. Okay, so we have this enum set up to clearly define the different possible slide animations. So let's go back to our slide animation, and here we also want to pass in the direction, so final, and our type is that enum slide direction. We'll write direction is the variable name, and this must be passed in. Okay, so we now will pass in this direction. So down here we have this animation object set to this tween in the init state. So what we need to do instead is we'll remove this. I'll cut this animation, I'll cut this variable up here, and instead paste it here in our build method. And therefore, to effectively reassign the animation object, we're going to just create a new animation object and set that to a new tween, and then we can run in a different direction. So we'll also create a tween of type offset, and I'll name this tween. So here we have a tween variable. So now we need to set what the tween should be. So we could have a series of different options based on what's passed in, what direction is passed in. So to do that, I'm going to use a switch statement, which is basically like a series of if-else statements. So here we'll write switch, and then we want to switch this against widget.direction. So we can switch that against that enum value, and then we'll put in the different scenarios. So the first scenario, which will indicate with the keyword case, is slide direction dot left away. So in that case, our tween, so on the second line, or assign what our tween will be in this scenario, will be equal to tween of type offset, our begin, so it'll start in the center, and then the end value will be -1, so that'll push it to the left, and then 0. Okay, so that's our first scenario indicated here. So if this direction is left away, then this tween variable will be set to this tween. We'll use the break keyword to jump out of the switch statement, and then we can just copy this and paste this here. So the next logical possibility is right away, And here we can just remove the minus sign. This will push it to the right. The other option is, let's put left in. So here, this will come from the left, and our end value will be 0 because this is coming into the center, and this will be coming from the left hand side. So therefore, this should be -1. And then we'll do right in, and then we'll just remove that minus. So this is coming from the right. Then we'll do up in, which is the one we had before. So the begin value will be on the y-axis, so that'll be 1 here, and then this will go to the center of the screen. And then we have one final scenario, which is nothing. So the switch statement here is going to determine what our tween is set to. Now we need to set our animation variable to that tween and call .animate on this again like before. So we'll just pass in curved animation, the controller, and curves dot ease in out. So let's go to our flashcards page, and here we now need to pass in the direction, and here we can just write slide direction, import the library first, and here we can select the direction. So let's do left in, and the cool thing about using an enum here is it's so easy to use. We can just select the value that we want. We could have used a string, but that would be prone to error, and also we wouldn't be able to easily select these different options. So an enum, really cool in this sort of scenario. So let's do a hot restart. Choose a topic. And nice, we have that nice slide animation coming in from the left. So we can now easily update our slide animation. So this is going to become really handy as we use it throughout the app. Let's just test up in again. So hot restart. Okay, cool. So that'll be the first animation. It'll run from the bottom into the screen. And then what will happen is we'll flip over the card, and then we can swipe it left or right. One other feature I want to create to the slide animation is I'll create a bool, animate, and then set this to true here. So the purpose of this bool is this can trigger the animation when we want, not only when it runs in the init state. And by default, I'll set this as true. So if we don't pass this in, this will run. So here, I'll write if widget.animate is true, then we run forward. Otherwise, obviously, we won't. And then also, if we pass in true later on, we can trigger the animation. So we can do that by using didUpdateWidget. So here we can write if widget.animate controller will run forward. So the didUpdateWidget will run when we pass in a new value to our stateful widget and trigger this animation to run if that value is true. And for good housekeeping, we'll call dispose on the controller here. Okay, so we have this slide animation set up. We'll be able to use that to animate our flashcards. So after the card has slid to the center of the screen, when the user is ready, they'll double tap that card, prompting it to flip around to the opposite side where it will reveal the answer. So we need to create an animation which will rotate this card around 180 degrees. We will do this by using two widgets. So one widget is going to rotate halfway, and then immediately a second widget, which will have the answer, will complete the rotation. So let's build this out, and then the overall effect will become a lot clearer. So firstly, we want to create the rotation animation. So in animations, we'll create another Dart file, and we'll name this half flip animation. In here, create a new stateful widget of the same name. Import material. So in here, set up some variables. So the first one will be of type widget, name child. This will be the flashcard that we pass into this stateful widget to animate. Similar to before, set up another variable. This is named animate to prompt the animation to run when we want it to. and we'll create another bool named reset. This will allow us to reset the controller so we can rerun the animation when we want to. We will create another bool, and this will allow us to set whether this should be the widget that runs the first part of the rotation or the second part of the rotation. So this will be of type bool, and then lastly a void callback. So this void callback, which is just a function that has no parameters and has a void return type. So this will allow us to pass in a function that we can call when the animation has completed. So it will effectively allow us to create a callback to create a notification when the second widget should then run its animation. So as soon as it's halfway, this callback will fire off and the second widget will complete the rotation, sort of like a relay. Now all of these need to be passed in, so we'll use the required keyword. Okay, so we have all of these as required arguments. Now let's set up the actual animation down here in our state class. So the first step, as always, is let's set up our animation controller, create our ticker, mix this in. Inside the init state, let's initialize the animation controller. Write this next to vsync, so we sync this up to the ticker, and we'll set a duration. To make the animation clearer, we'll set this as 1 second, but speed that up later. Inside the dispose, we'll call dispose on the animation controller. Okay, so we've set this up. Now we can create the widgets to actually transform to rotate the flashcard. So we'll replace the container with the transform widget and pass in matrix4.identity. This will allow us to call a series of methods to alter the widget, to transform it. So we'll use a cascade notation and we'll use rotate y because we want to rotate the widget on the y-axis. And now we need to put in the angle, so pass that in. So in here we'll write animation controller dot value. So this produces a value from 0 to 1 and we'll times this by pi. So if we rotate by pi, we'll do a full 180 degree turn. So therefore we'll rotate from 0 degrees to 180 degrees. Import Dart Math on pi. Now as mentioned, we just want to do half of the 180 degrees, so a quarter turn. So therefore we'll divide this by 2. So we're just doing a 90 degree rotation. Also we need to pass in the actual child that we're going to animate, the widget, which will be the flashcard, so widget.child. So that's done. And lastly, using the cascade notation, I'm going to use the set entry method on matrix 4. And this is a really cool method to provide some transformation perspective to give it a 3D look. So in the row, put 3, we'll pass in 2 here, and for the last value, we'll put in 0.001. So, and we don't need a comma there when we're doing a sequence of methods using the cascade notation. And this last value should be very small. If we wanted to exaggerate the perspective, we could increase that number. Okay, so this is set up. We also want to have the rotation around the center. So the alignment should be center. So this rotates around the center point on the y-axis. And this transform is just going to transform our widget, but we actually want to animate it. So we need to wrap this in an animated builder. And here we pass in our controller to the animation property here and update the child to a builder. So the builder is going to run this widget tree, keep rebuilding it throughout the life of the animation. So to transform this widget from its original position to this new position on the y-axis. So now we want to trigger this animation when we want it to run. So as we did before, we use did update widget. So in here we'll write if widget.animate. So if we pass in true to animate, then we want to run forward on the controller. And on the same note, we'll also write, if we pass in true to reset, we want to reset this controller, which runs from 0 to 1 back to 0. So we can rerun the animation if we want to. Alright, cool. And now let's set up the callback so we can fire off a notification when the animation has completed. So as soon as the animation has been completed. So here, to set up this, we want to first set up a listener, use the cascade notation, and write add listener on the animation controller. So now we have set up a listener on the animation controller. In here we can write if animation controller is completed. So this will run as soon as the animation controller has completed. We can then trigger our callback. So this is really easy to do. So here we're passing in a function. Again, this function returns nothing and takes in no arguments. So we can just write firstly widget.animationCompleted. Cool. So this will fire off that function, creating a callback. And the great thing about doing it this way is inside the function body that we pass in, we can write whatever code we want. So therefore, this half flip animation widget is reusable, because this is just going to fire the function and then we can customize the function that we want to pass in. Okay, so we have set up this widget. Now let's jump back to Flashcards page, and now we want to run this. So firstly, we need to know when the user actually double taps the flashcard. So to do that, we'll wrap this in a gesture detector, and here we'll use the on double tap property. And here is an example of a callback also. So this is just like what we've just created. So in here we want to notify when this card has been double tapped. So to do that, we'll use provider. We'll go to flashcards notifier, and in here we'll create a bool flip card 1, set that to false by default, create a method to work with it, run flip card 1. Here this will set flip card 1 to true, and to notify of the change we need to write notify listeners here. Okay, so if we jump back again to Flashcards page, we can now use notifier dot and then call that method. Alright, awesome. So we now will have a notification when this card is tapped. Let's set up the animation so we can wrap our slide animation with our new half flip animation. Firstly, import the library. We already have our child argument passed in. Animate, so this will trigger so when notifier.flipCard is true. So here on double tap, we'll run this method. So we're using provider. This will turn this variable, this bool, to true. And here we'll listen to that update and pass in true to animate and run our half flip animation. We also need to pass in the other arguments. So at the moment, we'll just pass in false. We'll update this later. Flip from halfway, this will be false. So this will be the first part of the flip. And also our callback animation completed. And here we can just pass in an anonymous function. And at the moment, we'll just write print anim1 flip completed. So we'll print this out as soon as it's completed. Okay, so we are ready to test this. Let's do a hot restart. So the card slides into place. Okay, let's guess the answer. Double tap. And cool, that's rotated. At least done half of the rotation anyway. Alright, so that is working, and that's looking good. So now let's finish that off so we have the illusion of the card flipping right around to the opposite side. So to do that, we need to go back to half flip animation, and now we need to update this. So we essentially need to add another quarter turn to the flip. So let's do that by creating a variable, a double, and we'll name this rotation adjustment, and by default we'll set this to 0. Then in here we'll write if widget dot flip from halfway is true, so we want this to be the second half of the flip. Then we'll update our rotation adjustment to be equal to pi divided by 2. So that'll give us our extra quarter turn. Then down here, remove that comma so we can call another method, and we're going to call rotate y again. So this is really cool. We can just keep calling methods including the same method, and now we can write rotation adjustment and just pass that in. So therefore, if this is passed in as true, we're essentially just adding another 90 degrees to our rotation, so it will appear that we're starting from halfway. And if we don't pass this in, this will just stay as 0, so it will have no effect. Okay, so jumping back to Flashcard's page, what we need to do now is actually set up the two widgets and have them work together. So the first step is we need to quickly create our two cards. So we can do that easily. We'll just refactor out this code here into its own card. So extract Flutter widget. We'll name this card 1. I'm going to remove this size here, so we don't need to pass this in. So the size information, because we're in its own widget, it's better just to paste in the media query here. So we'll get the size from this widget here, and we also need to set up consumer. So in this new stateful widget, flashcards notifier, and then set up the builder. Okay, so that is done. Let's cut that and put it in its own file. Now for organizational purposes, we'll put it in components. We'll name this flashcards page, so we'll keep everything easy to find. We'll create a new Dart file, card 1, paste that in, and then import all the libraries that we need to. So it's quite a few. Let's go through, right click, import all of these libraries. Then back in Flashcards page, we need to then import card 1. Okay, so we have card 1 set up. We also want to create a second card. So we'll create a new Dart file. We'll name this card 2. And we'll just copy card 1. Card 1 and card 2 will be different, so therefore we're putting them in different files and different widgets. But at the moment, there's just a few different changes. So we'll update the name. Do this by using refactor, so the name updates properly everywhere it needs to. So firstly, we can remove this code here in the gesture detector. We'll be using the gesture detector shortly to detect swipes, but we can delete that. And flip from halfway will be true. So we want this to be the second half of the flip, and we'll have our callback anim2 flip completed. Okay, so we have this set up. If we go back to Flashcards page, we want these two cards to be layered on top of each other. So to do that, we can use the stack widget. So I'm going to wrap with a column because that's an easy way to select a stack, because we can't select a stack when we right click. So we've got our stack set up, and now we can just put card 2 on top of card 1 and import the library. Okay, cool. So we have these two cards on top of each other by using the stack widget. So the last thing that we need to do is set off a notification for card 2 to run. So we'll go to Flashcards notifier and we'll create another bool. So this will be very similar, flip card 2, and also set that to false by default, and also create another method that's similar, flip card 2. This will turn flip card 2 to true, and then we want to notify listeners. Okay, so we have this set up, and we don't need bool here, so we can just put these all on the same line. So now we need to trigger this as soon as card 1 has finished its part of the animation. So back in card 1, here we can use our callback. So this method will be called as soon as the animation has been completed. So in here, we can use notifier dot run flip card 2. So call that method as soon as this has been completed. Then in card 2, we can keep this callback at the moment as it is, we want to trigger this animation when flip card 2 turns true. So let's see how this all looks. We'll do a hot restart and put it all together. So let's click on any card, doesn't matter. Cool, so we have a card slide into the center of the screen. So later on we'll add some words to this card, so let's try and guess this. Double tap it. Okay, cool, so we just have the appearance of one card flipping around, and on the other side here we'll have the answer. So what we'll do next is detect swipes, so we can detect when the user flicks this card to the left or flicks it to the right. What will happen is the card will then slide in those directions, and whilst it's sliding, a new card will slide into this position. And that will allow us to cycle through a series of cards, or at least give us the effect that we're doing so, by just using 2 widgets. So after the card has flipped around, revealing the answer, we then want to swipe the card to the left or the right. So we can detect swipes on the card by using the gesture detector widget. So inside of gesture detector, so we're in card 2, we can select a whole lot of different properties. Select on horizontal drag end, and here we have a function which will run at the end of the drag, and this will give us the drag details at the end of the drag. So here I'll name this just details, and we can select primary velocity. So this will give us the velocity on the horizontal axis, so we just want it on the horizontal direction, and this will produce a double. Let's wrap this in a print function and see what information we get. Do a hot reload. So here we have a positive number. A positive number will mean we're swiping in the right direction, and a negative number means we're swiping in the left direction. So here we have the velocity on the horizontal axis. So now we can use this information to actually have the card animate with a slide animation to the left or the right. So we can do that with some if statements. If details dot primary velocity is greater than 100, and we'll print out swiped right because this will be a positive number, and I've put 100 here so we have a small threshold, so therefore touches on the card are ignored, and we cannot have a nullable type inside an if condition here. So to get around that, we'll use the bang operator, the exclamation mark, and that's going to say yes, we are going to get a value, and we will, whether that be negative, positive or 0. It won't be null, so we can just add that. Okay, so now we know when we're swiping right, so we can do the same thing for left, copy and paste that, and this time it will be less than negative 100, and we'll update our print function, so swipe left, hot reload, so swipe right, swipe left. Okay, cool, so we can now detect when we're swiping left or right on the card. So now let's use the information to actually have the card animate in those directions, depending on what way we swipe. So we can do that by using provider. We'll jump into Flashcards notifier. So here we want to set the direction, and we can do that by using this enum we created, slide direction, and by using left away or right away. So we'll create that slide direction, and we'll name this swipe direction, and we'll set this to none because we need to set it to a value. Okay, now we need to create a method that will actually have that card swipe in that direction. So this will be card 2. I'll name this run, so all our methods start with run. So here the first thing we need to set is the direction. Required a slide direction, so we can set our swipe direction equal to the direction that we pass in, and we'll call notify listeners here. Okay, cool. So now this method will be called, and we'll set this swipe direction to either left or right. Now let's do a print statement so we can see what's happening. And we'll jump back to card 2. Now instead of these print statements here, let's remove them. We'll call that method. So we'll use notifier here from consumer, notifier.run swipe card 2. So this will be greater than 100. So the direction will be right. So slide direction dot right away. And we'll just copy this and paste this here. In this case, it's going to be the same, except this is going to be less than -100. So that will be left away. And now we need to update our slide animation. So that updates. So here we have slide direction up in. We can replace that with notifier.swipe direction. And now we need to run this when it has actually been swiped. So we need to be notified when the card has been swiped. So we'll go to Flashcards notifier and we'll create another variable. We'll name the swipe card 2 and we'll set this to false. And then in here, remove that print function. We'll write swipe card 2 is equal to true. So that's set to true. Okay, now if we jump back to card 2, we can write animate, and this will animate when notifier dot swipe card 2 is true. So this animation will run when this is true, and it will run in whatever direction we set here, left or right. Okay, so let's test this out. Hot restart. Card 1 comes up to the center of the screen, double tap it. Okay, and that's swiped away. Now it's actually swiped away in the direction opposite to what we swiped in. And it appears the reason that that has happened is the card is actually flipped around 180 degrees. So therefore the offset, which is relative to its position, has offset itself to the left or the right, but that appears the opposite to what we see here on the screen. So therefore we can just fix that by updating right away. So this can become left away, and left away can become right away. So we can just flip that around because the card has been flipped around. So therefore we'll just flip this back. So it's a little bit confusing, but easy fix. So let's run that again, hot restart. Card comes in, double tap it. Now let's flip this to the left. Cool. So that's now flipped to the left. So now after the card has flipped to the left or the right, the next step is we want to be able to have card 1 animate back to the center. So we have the appearance that we're cycling through a series of cards, so however many cards are in the session. So we've always got another card coming in to the middle of the screen when a card is being swiped away to the left or the right. So we can set that up by going back to Flashcards notifier and creating another variable. So we have another ball, and this will be slide card 1. We'll set this to false. So therefore, we have 2 balls for card 1 and 2 balls for card 2. So these 4 variables will control the 4 types of animation. So we'll just create another method to work with this new slide card 1 variable. So run slide card 1, and here this will set slide card 1 to true, and then we should notify listeners. So now we firstly still want card 1 to slide to the center of the screen when the session starts. So because we've set this to false, we now need to set this to true when the session starts. So a good place to do that is if we go to Flashcards page, and in the init state, so the init state will run just once when we set up the session. So this is a good place to use provider.of. This will be of type Flashcards notifier, we'll set the listen property to false, and that is because we just want to call a method. We do not want to listen to value changes, and then we'll call run slide card 1. And we're in the init state, so we cannot just use provider here. So to get around this, we can write widgets binding dot instance add post frame callback. So by the time this callback runs, we will have an instance of a build context and provider will run smoothly. Otherwise, if we don't wrap it, we'll get an exception. Okay, so now we're calling run slide card 1 when the session first starts. Now we also want to call this whenever we swipe to the left or right. So we'll jump into card 2, and this is a good place to call it because when we swipe left or right, we should also be having card 1 slide into position. So notifier dot run slide card 1, copy this and paste it here. Okay, now we need to apply the actual animation. So now we need to update the slide animation in card 1. So we'll go to animate, use this property here. So this will determine when we should slide card 1 from the bottom to the center of the screen. So again, we will use notifier to listen to our flashcards notifier, and here we can select slide card 1. So when this turns true, this will run the animation, and it will always run in this direction, so we can just have that hard coded in here. Okay, so now let's see how that looks. We'll do a hot restart. Okay, cool. So card 1 is animating into the center, sliding up. Flip that around. Now let's flick that off to the left. So that's being swiped away. But card 1 is not animating back to the center. So to get this to run, we need to be able to reset our animation so it can rerun when we want it to. So we'll go back to Flashcards Notifier, and I'm going to create another series of balls. So we'll just name these reset slide card 1. We'll set that to false. Reset flip card 1. We'll set that to false. Reset flip card 2. Set that to false. And reset swipe card 2 and set that to false. So essentially what we're doing here is just creating a way to reset the animation when we want it to. So each of these variables just has a corresponding reset variable. So here, every time we run one of these animations, the reset should be set as false. So we'll update reset slide card 1 should be set as false. Okay, so every time we run one of these animations, our reset value should be set as false. And now we want this to turn true when we want the animation to be reset. So now we're going to create a method that can reset card 1 and reset card 2. So here we just set reset slide card 1 to true and reset flip card 1 to true, and also on the same note slide card 1 is false and flip card 1 is false. So when we reset card 1, slide card 1 and flip card 1 will go back to their default values, and we'll set reset to true, which will reset the animation as well. And we don't need to call notify listeners here, because we don't need to notify at that point in time that we've updated these variables. And we will do the same for card 2. So the same idea, reset flip card 2 to true, reset swipe card 2 is true, and flip card 2 is false, so back to its original value, and slide card and swipe card 2 is also back to false. So granted this looks a little bit complicated at the moment, but essentially we just have the 4 key parts of the animation. We can reset those 4 key parts of the animation so they can run again, and then we have 4 methods. to run those animations, and we can also reset card 1 and reset card 2. So let's finish this off and it will become a bit clearer. Firstly, if we go to slide animation, we need to update this animation so we can reset it. So we'll create another ball. We'll make this a nullable type and we'll name this reset. And then down here in did update widget, we want to be able to reset the animation. So if widget dot reset is true, and because it's a nullable type, we'll need to say this is equal to true. So if it's not null or false, then animation controller is reset. And then we need to have this as a parameter up here. So this dot reset. And lastly, we'll also set up a listener so we can be notified when the animation has completed. So again, we'll use a callback. So void callback, animation completed. So this will run a callback when the animation has completed. We'll make this a nullable type too, so it does not need to be passed in. Makes this widget more reusable. Now to set up our listener, cascade notation, 2 dots, add listener. And now we can listen to the controller. So if the animation controller is completed, so now when the animation controller has completed, that means the animation has finished. So we can write widget dot animation completed and call that method that's passed in, but only if we have passed in a method. So we use the null operator here. So if this is null, we do not call a method because nothing has been passed in. Okay, so this will notify us when the animation has completed. So we need to add this as a parameter up here too. This dot animation completed. Okay, cool. So that is done. So now we need to update our code on card 1 and card 2. And then we can test everything out. So in card 1, the first thing that we want to do is reset card 1 when we have flipped it halfway. Because at that point in time, it is flipped halfway, it's done all of its animation, and we can reset it back. So we'll write notifier dot reset card 1. Because at that point in time, it has slid up to the center of the screen, its first animation, then done its second animation where it's flipped halfway around, and then we can reset it here. And instead of just writing in false here, we can write notifier dot reset flip card 1. So when this turns true, we reset the animation. Now down in slide animation, we now have a reset property. So here we can update this to write notifier dot reset slide card 1. So we can reset the slide animation when this turns true. Okay, so card 1 we have updated. Let's go to card 2. And here in card 2 we basically want to do the same thing. So for reset we'll go notifier dot reset flip card 2. I'll remove that print function, but at the moment we can leave the function body blank. Then finally down here in slide animation, we want to set reset. So again, notifier dot reset swipe card 2. And when the slide animation has completed for card 2, we have a callback now. So animation completed, and now we have a callback we can run. And here we can select reset card 2, because after card 2 has slid away to the left or the right, that card's animation sequence has completed, so it can restart from the beginning again when we want it to. Okay, let's test this and see how it looks. We will do a hot restart. So card 1 comes up, slides to the center of the screen, double tap it. Now let's swipe that away. Cool, and now another card has animated into that position, double tap. Let's swipe it in the other direction. Cool, and another card comes into place. So the flashcards are syncing well, But there's one small issue, and that is we can sort of muck around with the cards when they're in the middle of animating. So we want to prevent the user from being able to interfere with the animation. So once they've made a selection, we want to then prevent them from essentially being able to disrupt the sequence of how everything's running. So what we can do is use the ignore pointer widget to prevent touches during certain parts of the animation. So let's set that up. So first of all, we'll go to Flashcards page and we can set the ignore pointer here. So we'll wrap the stack with an ignore pointer widget. So we're just preventing touches on the cards. The app bar can still be interacted with. And here we have an ignoring property. When that is set to true, we'll ignore touches. So I'll update this shortly. But first, let's create a variable that can turn the ignore pointer on or off. So in Flashcards notifier, we'll create a variable of type bool, and we'll name this ignore touches, and we'll set this to true, because when the first card animates in, we don't want to interfere with that until it has animated into position. And then we'll create a method, set ignore touch, and we'll pass in a bool. So this argument will set our ignore touches variable. Just name this ignore. And then ignore touches will be set to the value of ignore. And we will call notify listeners. Alright, so now we have a way to stop the user from interfering with the card. So let's apply that where we want to. So first of all, when the card starts flipping around, it's been double tapped, we want to prevent touches. So we'll go to card 1 and we have on double tap. So inside this function, we can write notifier.set ignore touch and pass in true. So while the card is flipping around, we want to prevent touches. So card 1 will flip, then card 2 will flip. So when card 2 has completed its animation, we can then set it so the user can touch the card. So we can write notifier.set ignore touch to false. So here in card 2, on the animation completed callback inside of half flip animation, we can set ignore touch to false. Okay, so the card has then flipped around. The next stage is it can be swiped to the left or right. So once it's been swiped, we want to set this ignore touch back to true again. So just up here, this is where the card is swiped left or right. We can just pass in true. So once it's been swiped left or right, the next stage is card 1 will animate back into the center. So we'll go back to card 1. And here we have an animation completed, callback. So this function will run when the slide has completed. So notifier set ignore touch, and this will turn to false. So this is after card 1 has animated from the bottom to the center of the screen. We can then set ignore touch to false. Then back in Flashcards page, inside ignore pointer, we'll update the ignoring property. So we can set this to notifier.ignore touches. So this will turn true or false, turning ignore pointer on or off. Okay, and before we run this, I'm going to go to the animation and speed this up. So this is the slide animation. So let's make that a bit faster, a lot faster. We'll make that 600 milliseconds and also update our flip. So let's update that to say 300 milliseconds. Okay, so now hot restart. Okay, so it has slid into position, double tap. Okay, so that's spun around. That looks quite good at that speed. Flick that to the side. I've tried to interfere. We cannot upset that animation. And cool, that spins away. So now this will work and we can keep cycling through as many cards as we want. So what we'll do next is update the cards so they actually display the words based on the topic that was selected. So here we'll have the English, and on the reverse side it'll show the Chinese. So let's populate these cards. So for example, we're on the topic of beach, so we want to populate these cards with a bunch of beach words. The first part of the card will show the English by default, and on the reverse side we'll have the Chinese, And later on we'll update that so that can be customized, so we can have the Chinese shown first if we want. So first step to doing that is we'll go to Flashcards Notifier. And very first of all, I'm just going to create a bit of a separation here. So all of our animation code is done. So I'll just create sort of a break here to say, yep, this is all done. So now we can concentrate on building the logic to display the words on the cards. So to do that, I'll first create a couple of variables. The first will be of type word. So this is the model class we created earlier, which represents each of the words. And here we've got these 4 properties: topic, English, character, and pinyin. And of course, if you're doing another language, this might just have, say, 3 properties. So we want this to be named word, or named whatever you like, but word is a good candidate. And then we'll initialize this, and we'll initialize this with some empty strings. And we could make this a nullable type, but in this case, I think it's easier just to work with some empty values. Okay, so that's going to represent the given word that's displayed on the card at any given time. Next up, we want to create a second variable, which will be a list of type word, and we'll name this selected words and initialize this with an empty list. So this will be populated with all of the words that will run when the cards start up. So this will be all of the beach words, and then from this we'll select the individual word. So let's do that. So I'm going to create a method, generate all selected words. Okay, so inside of this method we want to select all of the words for the session. So if we look at the data, we've got all of the words that could possibly run, and in this case we just want to select all of the beach words. So all of the words where the topic is beach. So let's jump back to Flashcards Notifier. So we can write words, so that'll access all of our data, and then we can use the where method. So we can write element, i.e. word, so all of the words where the topic of that given word is equal to the topic that's been selected. So that's this variable here. Now the where method will return a lazy iterable, so we just need to write toList here to prompt it to run, and then we can just write selected words is equal to what we get back. So in this instance, it's going to return all of the elements, i.e. all of the words where the topic is equal to this topic, and we've called toList here, which will prompt this to run and populate our selected words. Okay, so we've now generated all of the words. Now before we run this, I'm going to write selected words and clear that, so just to make sure that this list is empty. Okay, so I've now generated all of the words. We need to call this when the session first starts. So here in the flashcards page, the first thing I'm going to do is actually put our flashcards notifier that we're accessing through provider in a variable. So I'll write final flashcards notifier, copy this here, paste that in. So I've just reorganized this so we can now just access Flashcards Notifier through this variable, and now we can call that method we just created generate all selected words. So therefore we're running this method when the init state first runs. Okay, so now we have populated that list. Let's jump back. So the next step is we want to select the individual word that'll run. So we'll create another method and name this generate current word, and we'll do this randomly. So we'll write random, so use the random class, import the Dart math library, next int, and we want this to be an integer up to how many entries are in our selected words. So selected words.length. We'll pass that in as the argument there. So we'll return the number we get, the integer, in a variable. And now we can write selected words, at the index of R, and our word will be assigned that value. Now we also want to call this from the flashcards page. So now we want to generate that method, and notice I'm putting all of this inside widgets binding instance, post frame callback, and that's so we do not get an exception when using provider with init state. Okay, so flashcards notifier dot generate current word. Alright, cool. So when the session starts, we'll generate all of the words and then we'll select the first word. Alright, now we can test that. Let's go to card 1. So that's going to be the first card that comes up. So we want that to display the English. And down here in the container, in card 1, create a child. And we'll just create a text. And here we can use notify to access flashcards notifier word dot English. So we want to display the English first. So the cool thing about using this model class is we can easily access all of the different properties here. So the English, Pinyin, and character. Okay, so let's see how that looks. Alright, cool. So we have the word sunscreen showing up. Flick that around. Cool. Okay, so we have the first part done. The word is now showing up on the card. Now obviously we want the Chinese to show on the reverse side. So we'll go to card 2 and we'll do the same thing. So inside the container, we'll create a child. We'll make this text. And here we can easily access that word. And now we want the character. So let's rerun that. So we have seashell, and then we have the Chinese word for seashell. Cool. So the next step is we want to generate a new word every time we swipe a card. So we can easily do that. So we're in card 2. When we swipe a card, let's then call the method to generate a new word. So we'll write notifier dot generate current word. Copy this, paste this here, so this will generate a new word in either instance. Now if we go back to flashcards notifier, now let's update this code so we cannot select the same word twice. So we want to remove the word that's just been selected. So we use remove at and we'll pass in R. So after we choose the selected word, we'll then remove it from the list. And eventually we're going to run out of words, so we should first check that selected words is not empty. So we can write if selected words is not empty. In this instance, we'll run this. Else, let's just print out all words selected. So now let's see how that looks. So we have surfboard. Flick that around, we have the Chinese word. Now that is back to front, so we need to fix it up. We'll do that shortly. Let's flick that around, and we have seashell, sunscreen, swimsuit, and all words are selected. So we're just now going to have swimsuit forever. Cool. Okay, so that's working. But there was one little issue. And that was when we flick away a word, it updates as it's been flicked away. So that doesn't look very good. It should stay on that card until it's been completely flicked away. So we can get around that small issue by creating another variable. So duplicating this word variable, and we'll rename this word 2. And we'll name here word 1. Just to make this nice and clear, put word 1 on top of word 2. Okay, so now word 1 will represent the word on card 1 and word 2 will represent the word on card 2. So let's go to card 1, update that to word 1, go to card 2, and here we can see that's already word 2, so don't need to update that. Okay, so back to flashcards notifier. We now have our selected word split up. So now we want to set word 1 equal to word 2, but we want to have a little bit of a delay for when word 2 is set to word 1. So therefore, when the card swipes away, this word remains. So how long should that delay be? Well, let's set that exactly to the time that it takes the card to slide away, which is 600 milliseconds. So what I'm going to do is store this as a constant. So now back in our constants, I'll create a const of type int, and we'll set that to 600. Import the library there. So now we have this const, and this will just be updated in one place. So let's go to our flashcards notifier, and here I'll use future and the delayed method, and our duration will be slide away duration. So if we want to change that, we've just got one spot to change it. And after that duration, we'll say word 2 is equal to word 1. Okay, so let's test this out. Let's choose a different topic, birds. So we've got kiwi. This spins around. Then we have kiwi here. Cool, and we can see that the word did not change as we flicked away that card. Okay, cool, so now we can cycle through all of the different words. So the word is now printed on the card. Let's make the word, however, look a bit nicer, so it's looking a bit simple at the moment, just printed up in the top corner. So the first thing is, if we rotate the card around, we can see that the Chinese word is actually printed back to front. So we want to obviously fix that, and that is easy done. We can jump into card 2, and we just want to rotate the text back around 180 degrees. So to do that, we'll rotate the text in a transform. Here we have the transform property, and we use the matrix 4 class, and we can then access rotation Y. And we want to rotate this around 180 degrees, so we'll pass in pi. So that'll rotate it around 180 degrees, effectively flip it around. Alright, cool, so that's now the right way around, but the alignment's off. So let's use the alignment property and set that to center. Okay. Alright, so now this is consistent with card 1. Now let's look at the actual card and make that look a bit nicer. So what would look quite good, I think, is some rounded corners on the card. So in box decoration, we'll select border radius and use the border radius class and select the circular constructor, and now we want to pass in the radius. Now rather than writing in the value directly here, I will create a const, and that way we can have all of the edges rounded by the same amount to give a consistent look. So let's jump to constants, and here we'll create a new const of type double, prefix that with K to indicate a const, and we'll name this circular border radius, and we'll set that at 30. And then here we can write circular border radius, update. Cool, so we have rounded corners. Now while we're at it, let's look at the grid tiles in the home page. So we'll do that really quickly. Here we have the border radius, which is 30 anyway, but we'll update that with that const value. So therefore, if we want to update, we've just got one place to update it, and we'll update it here as well. Cool, so that's done. All right, now back to card 2. The second thing I'd like to do is we can add a border around, a white border around the card. So that could also make it look a bit nicer. So to do that, we'll use the border property, border.all, and here we have a bunch of ways to customize the border. So the first thing is we'll set the color, set that to white. Cool, so we have a white border, and let's make that a bit thicker. So we'll set the width to say 5, And just to be a little bit pedantic here, I'm going to create another const that's going to be called card border width. And that's just because we have two cards. Copy this here, jump back to our constant, okay, let's jump back to card 2. Cool. So now let's see how that looks. So that can be customized to whatever style that you're trying to achieve, but at the moment I think that pretty much fits the theme that we're trying to achieve in this app. Okay, and now we've done that, we want to apply the same thing to card 1. So we can just copy this here, go to card 1, paste this in, import, do a hot restart, jump back in. Okay, so we have card 1 that has the same look. So now let's fix up the layout of the card. So what we will do is have an image up the top of the card and then the English word down the bottom. So here I've collected a bunch of PNG images which match each of the words in our list of words, so all of the data. So the important thing is the spelling matches each of those words, and also the file size is not too big, so these are around 200 KB, just to balance the quality with not impacting the app. So copy and paste in all the images to the app. So paste these in. Now here on the text, we want the image to be above the text, so I'm going to wrap the text in a column, which will stack the widgets on top of each other vertically. So here we'll use image.asset and then again put in the path. And we need the name, so notifier.word1, because we're in card 1, so using notifier.english, because we need to access the English property, and then .png here. So here we have the image class and we have the full path name, and we're getting the English name from notifier, which is the same as the text that's being produced. Now we'll wrap these in an expanded so they fill up all the available space and divide that equally among themselves. Now the image isn't loading, so I find if it isn't, just run a full restart and that should fix the problem. So here I'll press the green arrow and restart the app. So the app has restarted, so let's jump back in. And here we can see the image now shows. So that is working. But we do have one small issue, and when the page loads, just for a split second, while we generate a new word and provider notifies the widget that we have a new word, just for a split second, this path will be blank. So we need to get around that. So there's a couple of ways to do that. One is we could write a method that detects when we do have a full path, and when we do, only at that point in time, we run the image widget. But another way to go around this, which is a bit of a quick fix, is we can just load a default image that'll show, and that default image will show so quickly we'll actually never notice it. So in the images, I've just created a default image, pasted in a default image, which is this very basic arrow here. So it doesn't really matter. And then if we go to Flashcard's notifier for word 1, we can write in loading arrow, which was the name of that image. So for the very split second when the session loads, it's going to load the arrow until we've actually generated a new word. But again, it's going to be so fast that we won't actually notice this arrow loading, but it's just going to prevent this error running. So a bit of a quick fix, but it does the job. Okay, so now that we will prevent the error, the next thing is let's get the layout looking a bit better. So first of all, we'll go back to card 1 and let's look at the text first. So the text is looking a little bit sad, it's a bit small. So let's stylize this text. So we'll do that in our text theme, if we go to our themes, and here in our themes we have a text theme, which is our default text. Let's update the headline text, so headline 1. Copy this, we'll paste this in, and we want to keep the color white. Let's update the size to say 58. We'll keep the same font family, and let's increase the font weight. So we can write font weight dot bold. Now back in card 1, we can apply that. So style, theme of, text theme, and now we can select the theme we want, headline 1. Let's do a hot restart. We'll need to do that to apply the updated theme. Jump back in, and here we have no error, so that solved that problem. And we can see the text looks a lot better now. Okay, so now before we go any further, what is a good idea is we can refactor out this code into its own stateless widget, and that way we can just reapply all of this logic on card 1 and card 2 easily. So rather than reformatting it on card 1 and card 2, we've just got all of this display logic in one place. So I'm going to refactor, extract Flutter widget, and I'll name this card display. Cut this here. In our components, we can create another Dart file, card display, paste this in, import material. Okay, so now we want this card display to update depending on whether we're on card 1 or depending whether this is card 2. So we can pass that information into the stateless widget, and then we'll create a bool which will determine whether this is card 1 or card 2. So we'll write is card 1, and then up here we'll write required this dot is card 1. So the purpose of this bool is to determine whether the display should reflect card 1 or card 2. So we can use this as a condition here, is card 1. If it is, we'll return this column. If not, we'll also return a column. I'm just going to copy all of this here. And we need consumer because we need to be able to read word 1 and word 2. So we'll wrap with a widget, and we'll wrap this with a consumer. So flashcards notifier, and then here we'll have a builder. Import the provider library. And I'm going to cut out this information here. So we'll just have card 2 empty at the moment. And next up, I want to put some padding around the image. So we will wrap this in some padding, and we'll say this is 18. And back here, just in card display, import the library, and is card 1, we'll set that to true. Okay, so that's in card 1, so jumping back to card display. We've updated the padding, so there's some padding around the image, and I want the image to take up proportionally more of the card. So we'll use the flex property, and we'll set that at say 2. Cool, so that image now takes up a lot more space. And now because we'll have an image on card 1 and card 2, rather than writing this code out and pasting it again, I'm just going to refactor this out. And this time we can just refactor this out as a method. So there's not much logic, so we'll just throw it in a method, and we'll write build image. Okay, so this builds the image, and I'm going to update the argument so it's of type string, and we'll write image, and then here we'll pass in image. So we can update this depending on whether it is word 1 or word 2. And then up here, we'll write in notifier dot word 1 dot English. So therefore we can pass in whether this is word 1 or word 2. Pass this in and then that'll display that word. Okay, so we have build image. Let's also look at the text. Now before I refactor this out, we do have the risk that we get a long word and therefore the text goes out of bounds. So to get around that problem, we can wrap this with a fitted box. And by default, that fitted box will contain that word within the available space. Now we can't actually put a fitted box inside an expanded, so to get around that, we'll wrap the fitted box in a size box. So by doing it this way, we're just avoiding any problems with the sizing of the widgets. And in here, we need to put a size in, and we want to make this as big as possible. So for the width, I will write double dot infinity, which is going to be as big as possible. And for the height, we can just do the same. Okay, cool. So we've jigged around a little bit, but now this is going to be a lot easier to apply to card 2. And also later on, we want to flip around. So card 1 might display the Chinese first or whatever other language is being used, and the English will be second. So therefore we can just configure all of that in our card display widget. So now let's lay out on card 2. So here we have the text. We'll remove this column here and instead write in card display. Import the library. Is card 1 and here it's false. Update that and we should get nothing. Add in a bracket here. Control Alt L. Format that. So let's update that. Okay, so we have a blank card. So let's go into card display. So here we've got this ternary operator. So therefore if this bool is the value of true, we will run whatever is immediately after the question mark. So this logic here, the column. If this is false, we'll then return what's ever after this colon here. So this column here. And at the moment that's blank. So what we want to do is, in this case, we'll build an image again. So build image, and we'll pass in notifier word2 this time, dot English, because it'll always be the English for the image. Then after it, let's create a text box, and instead of the English, we want the Chinese character, and then after the Chinese character, we want the pinyin. Hot reload. Okay, cool. So there we go. That's showed up and looks good. Now I also want to put some padding all around the display. So at the very top, I'll wrap some padding. That just brings everything in a little bit. And another tweak I want to make for the text box is I want to adjust the flex value that we pass in. So for the pinyin, I want to make this slightly smaller. So we'll have a flex value and we can create int. We'll name this flex. So another required argument. So we'll pass that in there. So here for the Hanzi, we'll put that in as 2. And this will be for the pinyin. We'll put this in as 1. And for the English, we'll put this in here as 1. And because we've increased the value here to 2, we'll set our image as 4. So it's just proportionally larger. Do a hot reload. Okay, so here we have the Chinese characters a little bit more prominent and the pinyin is just a bit smaller. Okay, so I think the UI is pretty much where we want it to be. Now before we run this, I should update word 1 to word 2 here. So this is for card 2, so when we flip it over. And also in the flashcards notifier, update word to, so we have a default image that appears. Okay, now let's run this and see how it looks. Okay, it comes in. Okay, cool. Now I do want to add a little bit of control with the slide in animation, just so we can have a slight delay when the slide animation comes in, and also make that just a little bit slower. So let's go to slide animation, and I'm going to create 2 additional variables to give us just a bit more control. The first one will be of type int, so they'll both be of type int, and I'll name this animation duration, and also one more variable. I'll name this animation delay. Pass these in up here. So animation duration. So this is the duration of the animation, and we'll set this to a default value, and we'll set it to the const as our default value. So if we don't pass anything in here, this will automatically be sent to that const value. And then down here, we'll write widget dot animation duration and remove the const keyword here. So therefore, if we don't pass in a value, it's just going to be set to the const value. But if we do pass in a value, we can update that to something longer or shorter. And for the second variable, we'll create a way to apply a small delay to the animation. So up here, I'll write this dot animation delay, and our default value will be 0. So by default, we'll have no delay. Now we need to update here. Now I'm going to remove the controller here in the init state. So we already have it in did update widget. And down here we can write if widget dot animation delay is greater than 0. So therefore a value must have been passed in. Else animation will run forward. So it will run normally if it's just 0, but if the number is greater than 0, then we'll have a delay before the animation runs. So inside future.delay, write duration, milliseconds, and the time will be the amount that we passed in, widget.animation delay. And then this function will run after that period of time. So cut this here, paste that in here. And to prevent a potential error, I'll write if mounted before this runs. So to make sure that this widget is still in the widget tree. So therefore, we'll just put if mounted here. So that'll prevent any potential error. Okay, cool. So now we have the option to pass in a different duration and also a delay if we want to. So let's go to card 1. So here in the slide animation, so this is a slide animation when it slides up, we can now customize the duration and the delay. So we'll pass in a duration and we'll increase this. So the default is that const value, which is 600. Let's increase that to 1 second, so 1000 milliseconds. And let's apply a very small delay, let's say 200 milliseconds. So by doing this, we'll see the card slide in more clearly when the session starts, and that also gives that image just a quick moment to appear on the card if there's any slight delay. Okay, so now let's run this and see how it looks. We'll do a hot restart. Okay, cool. So the slide animation is looking really good and smooth, and the UI is coming together. Let's take this one step further, and we'll add in an icon, an audio icon, that can play text to speech. So therefore, we can tap that icon, and it will read out the Chinese word, or any language that you want. So we'll do that next. Now let's get text to speech into the app. So when we press an audio button, it will play the audio of the language. So for example, the Chinese will be played, or whatever language you would like. So the first step to getting this working is to import a really cool package called Flutter TTS. So in installing, copy the dependency, pubspec.yaml, paste this under the other dependencies and run pubget. Now the first thing that you'll need to check is in the app, in the build Gradle, the minimum SDK version is 21 or higher. So here I've set that as 21, so that's required for this package. Okay, so now we have the package installed into the app. The first thing is we'll go to Components and into the Flashcards folder, and we'll create an audio button that when pressed will play the text-to-speech. So here we'll create a new Dart file and we'll name this TTS for text-to-speech button. We'll create a new stateful widget. Okay, that's done. So now let's set up a button. To do that, we'll use the icon button widget. Here we have an onPressed callback, which will run when the button is pressed, and an icon. So we'll set the icon, icons dot, and a whole lot of different options. So we'll select audio track here. Okay, so we have this set up. Now let's go to card display and place that widget we've just created. So here we have side 1 of the card and here is side 2. So we'll place this on side 2. So we'll write TTS button here that'll place the widget. Let's flip the card around and now we can see a small audio icon at the bottom of the card. Cool, okay, so that is working. Let's jump back to the TTS button. Now let's update this a little bit. I want to update the size, increase that to 50. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Also wrap in an expanded, and therefore the layout's going to be proportional with the other children. And in the onPress, let's just put a print function for the meantime. So now if we tap that icon, we can see Run TTS has printed out. Now let's make it more obvious the icon has been tapped. So we can do that by changing the color of the icon just for a moment. So that'll give the illusion that it's being tapped. So to do that, we'll create a private variable of type bool. I'll name this isTapped, underscore to indicate that it's private. We'll set that to false. Then when onPressed runs, and inside this function we'll set isTapped to true. We then need to call setState, which will rebuild this widget tree here. Now after a short moment we want to set that button color back to the original color, so we use a future to do that. Future.delayed, put in a duration, then in here, in the function, we can write isTapped and set that back to false. And we also need to call setState here. Okay, so now we can use that to update the color. So here, we'll set color and we'll use that variable as a condition. isTapped, question mark. So if this is true, isTapped has the value of true, then the color, let's set that to yellow. And we'll use the constant we created, so k yellow. Otherwise, if isTapped is false, then this color will run, and that'll be a white color. Okay, now let's test that. So the icon is white. Cool, we tap it and it turns yellow just for a moment. So there we have a nice little effect that we're actually tapping the icon. Alright, cool. So we've now set up the UI to play the audio. Let's actually get the audio running. So we'll use Flutter TTS, which we've set up just before. So the first step is, let's create an instance. Flutter TTS, select that. Then Flutter TTS, we'll name this instance TTS. Okay, so we have an instance set up. Now the first thing is, let's set up how we want it to run. So I'll create a method and I'll name this set up TTS. And here we're dealing with asynchronous code, so I'll write async in the method. And I'm going to make that private as well. So I'll add the underscore. Okay, so here we can write TTS dot, and the first thing is we want to set the language. So in this case, we'll set it to Chinese, which is zh.cn, that's the language code. And because we're dealing with the future, we'll use the await keyword here. Now here, if you'd like to see all the other languages that can be run instead of Chinese, we can use TTS and get languages, and then we'll call the then method, which will run a callback when the future completes. And here we can just write in print the value, so that'll print all the different language codes that could be typed in here. So for example, if you want this text-to-speech to use Japanese or German or whatever language you want, you can just type the code in here. So a whole lot of other different languages. Okay, so we have a method to set up our TTS, to set the language. We need to call this. We'll call this from the init state. Okay, so let's run this and see how it looks. Alright, cool. So here we can see a whole lot of different language codes here. Alright, so now that we have the language code, remove that. Also, I want to set up the speech rate. So here we can pass in a double from 0 to 1, and we'll make it slightly slower. We'll make it 0.4. And now that we've set that up, we'll create one more method, run TTS, and we need to pass in what word should be spoken. Name that text, and here we'll add the async keyword and await, and this is super duper easy. We can go TTS dot speak. And now we just need to pass in the text and that'll play. Okay, so when we tap the button, we want to run the method. So now we need to pass in the text that we want spoken. So therefore, we'll get the text by provider. So from our Flashcards notifier class. So we can wrap this with a consumer. Okay, so now we can use this notifier variable that we created, and we'll pass in word 1. Doesn't really matter. And then we'll select character because we want the Chinese spoken. And lastly, when we dispose of this widget, we'll call stop on the instance of TTS. Okay, let's test this. We'll do a hot restart and start from the beginning. So we have seashell,
贝壳
and cool, we have that read out.
贝壳
Swipe that away.
游泳衣
Cool. So now that we have text-to-speech set up, in the next video, we'll create a pop-up box which will appear after the cards are completed, and we can then retest all of the cards which were answered incorrectly. So in this next step, we're going to create a box which will pop up when the cards have been tested. We can press a button to replay all of the incorrect cards immediately, so we can retest those. Sort of like if we had a pile of paper flashcards, we could just pick those up and flick through those again. And the pop-up box will also have the stats of how many cards were correct and incorrect. So let's get that underway. So the first step is we'll go to Flashcards Notifier, and we need to track how many cards were answered incorrectly. So we'll do that with a variable, a list of type word. We'll name this incorrect cards, and we'll initialize this as an empty list. Then we need to create a method to add to this list every time a card was answered incorrectly. We'll create a method here, update card outcome. We need a couple of required arguments. The first one is the actual word that we want to update, and the second argument of type bool is whether the word was correct. Okay, so therefore we can write if is correct is false, in that instance, incorrect cards will have that word added to it. So the word that we pass in. And we'll call notify listeners. All right, cool. So we've got a method that will update incorrect cards. So we need to call this method. We can do that here, run swipe card 2. This is where we get the information about the card, whether it's been swiped left or right. So we can update this. We need the word and also whether it's correct. Now we can just write in here the direction. So we're getting this passed in to this method here. So we'll pass it into this method as well. So direction, is that equal to slide direction dot right away? So this is saying if we swiped it right, this will evaluate to true. Otherwise it will evaluate to false. But actually, and a little bit confusingly, we need to change this to left away. And that is because we flipped this card around or transformed it 180 degrees. So the card's left is actually our right and vice versa. So we just flip this around and it'll pass in the value that we want. So therefore we pass in whether the card is correct or incorrect. And we also need to pass in the word of that card. And we could just pass in here. We can pass in word 1 or word 2. I don't think it will matter. So we'll just pass in word 2 here. Okay, so now that we're updating this, we can test it. So update card outcome. Let's run a print function to test it. So incorrect cards for each. So for each element in our list, for each item, we'll print out the English. So for each word that we've added to our list of words, let's see how that looks. We'll do a hot restart. Cool, so sunscreen has been added to that list. That's printed out. And swimsuit has been added to that list. Cool, so therefore, this print function is confirming that this is working well, so we can move on. So now let's create a results box, a pop-up box, which appears using the alert dialog widget. So in Flashcards page, we'll create a new Dart file. We'll name this results box, create a new stateless widget. And here we'll return an alert dialog. So we'll use title, text, and for the title, we'll type in round completed. We'll also use the actions property, which takes in a list of widgets. So we'll create some buttons using the elevated button widget. And again, we use a text as the child. Retest incorrect cards. All right, so we have now created the basic outline of a results box using the alert dialog widget. Jumping back to Flashcards notifier, we now want to track 2 bits of information. The first bit is this the first round that the cards are running, or is it a subsequent round? So we need to know that because we'll be pressing a button to generate all of the incorrect cards for subsequent rounds. So we'll create a new bool and we'll name this is first round, set that to true. And the second bool we need to track is whether the pop-up box has appeared or we are actually flicking through the cards. So is round completed. And we'll set that to false by default. All right, cool. So coming down to generate current word, in this method, we request a new word. So here we have an if statement. If selected words is not empty, we'll run this code. Otherwise, the words are all completed. So therefore, at this point in time, we should have the alert dialog pop up. So we can do that by using a helper method, show dialog. And here we can use the builder to return that pop-up box. So context and results box. And show dialog here also requires an instance of a build context. So we don't have one, so we can have one passed into generate current word. Okay, pass that in, and now we have some error messages, so we need to add this. So card 2, context. So here we do have an instance of a build context. So pass that in, and also flashcards page. All right, cool. Let's go back again to flashcards notifier. Now also, I want there to be a slight buffer before we run this method, just so it's not too jarring, so the pop-up box appears just after a quick moment. So we'll write future.delayed, put in a duration, let's say 500 milliseconds. And then after that duration, when this future runs, so inside this function, we'll paste in show dialog. So we run it at this point in time. So let's see how that looks. We'll do a hot restart. Okay, cool. So we have the alert dialog popping up. All the cards have been completed. Now we do have one issue, and the card still animates in, even though we've completed all of the cards. So we can fix that. So at this point in time, we can update those variables we created. So is round completed, we'll set that to true. And also is first round, at this point in time, we know that is false. So we at least have cycled through one round of cards at this point in time. So we can use this information, is round completed, in card 1. So if we go to card 1, and we have our slide animation, so we animate when slide 1 is true, but we can also write and notifier dot is round completed is false. Otherwise, we don't want this to run. So therefore, we pass in a value of true. Both of these have to be true. Okay, so jumping back, when we press this button, we want to replay all of the incorrect cards. So here in this method, we've got generate all selected words. So we can write if is first round and I'll clear selected words up here. So here, when it is the first round, all of our words will be set to all of the topic words. However, when it's not the first round, our selected words will be set to the incorrect cards list. So write to list on the end here. So at this point in time, if it is not the first round, we want this list to be populated with all of the incorrect cards. And after we've done that, we should clear incorrect cards. So that list goes back to an empty list because we'll then populate it again with the next round. Additionally, is round completed is false at this point in time because we're now cycling through a new round. So now we need to update this button. So when we press it, we want to then call this method again so we can run through the cards. Let's go back to our results box. And here what we can do is use Navigator to restart this page. So we can write Navigator, push replacement. So we're just pushing this route back on. And here we can use the builder. And we'll push back on flashcards page. So this is basically just a way to refresh the page. Now let's test this. We'll do a hot restart. And cool, so we don't have another card animating up, and we now have a button. Let's retest incorrect cards. And the flamingo was the card that was answered incorrectly last time. So now we know that. Retest incorrect cards. So at this point in time, we want to update it. So this is the end of the session. So we'll go back to Flashcards Notifier. And then down here where we generate a new word. And then in here we can test whether the session has been completed by checking if the incorrect cards is empty. So if we have no incorrect cards, therefore we must have completed all of the cards and the session must be completed. So let's create one more bool to track that. Is session completed? So at that point in time, all of the cards have been answered correctly. And here we can write, is session completed? True. All right, cool. And we'll put in a print function just to check that. The other thing that we need to be mindful of is when we exit the app, we need to reset these variables. So we'll create a method here. And we'll name this reset. And we'll just copy in these values here. So we need to reset these back to the default value. So therefore, when we exit the session and go back in, these values have been reset. So go to the custom AppBar, and we can then write notifier, because we already have consumer set up, and we'll set reset. So now let's test this and see how it looks. Hot restart, select birds. So we should have just Kiwi coming up. All right, Kiwi, and now we know that. Flick it away, and cool, session completed, true. All right, so we know now that the session is completed. Let's exit the app, jump back in, and now the app starts over fresh. Cool, so we can keep cycling through, and we can exit at any time, jump back in, and the app will be reset. Let's now update the alert dialog. So first of all, round completed should be changed to session completed when all of the cards have been completed. So therefore, let's jump into the results box and let's wrap in a consumer so we can access Flashcards Notifier. All right, so we have the consumer set up, and now we have our title. So let's set this by using is session completed. So if session is completed, we obviously don't want to return that text. We'll return some other text, session completed. Now let's update the theme a little bit more. So we can do that by jumping into configs, themes, and here we can use dialog theme. Dialog themes are really cool, a theme for pretty much everything. Let's add some shape, rounded rectangle border. We have the border radius dot circular, and we'll pass in the circular border radius constant we created earlier to keep everything consistent. Let's also update the background color. Set that to red. We'll update the title text style. Put in the font family here. Font size, put in 20, and we'll make the color white because we've set the background as red. And let's also update the elevated button. So here we have elevated button theme. we'll use elevated button theme data class. To stylize the elevated button, use the style property, then elevated button.style from the static method, and then in here we'll set the shape, rounded rectangle border, the border radius, and again border radius, and we're using the same constant we have up here. So therefore we can just have the same consistent value throughout the app. So really cool. And we'll also create a little bit of border. So we'll use the side property, border side, and we'll set the color as white. We'll set the primary color as yellow for the button, so it contrasts with the red, and we're keeping the same colors. And lastly, for the text style, font family, let's just copy in the same font family. So we're using Noto Sans from Google Fonts. And a size of 15. So here we've set an app-wide theme for the elevated button and alert dialog. Let's test that. So we need to do a hot restart to have that theme update. Okay, cool. So we have the alert dialog popping up and the theme is much better. Let's fix the alignment up a little bit. So first of all, the title. Now up here, I've written this quite clunkily, so we can write this more efficiently by instead removing this here and instead in here writing notifier dot is session completed. Okay, so this is a much more efficient way to write it. And let's first align the text. Text align dot center. Hot reload. Okay, so we have the title centered. And for the actions, I want to create another button, but I want these buttons to be stacked on top of each other. At the moment, they'll be stacked side by side. So inside of actions, I'm going to return a column. So we have a list of children. We'll cut this button here, paste it in, and let's create another button. So we'll copy this, paste another button here. So now we have two buttons, and let's get the alignment right first. So in here, cross-axis alignment, and we'll use cross-axis alignment stretch. So for the second button, let's update that so it takes us back to the home page. And therefore we need to update this code. And we'll just copy this page here, which is the code when we press the X button up the top. Copy that. Paste that in there. And lastly, if we've completed all of the cards correctly, we do not want retest incorrect cards to pop up. So we don't want that to show because there'll be no cards to test. So therefore, we can just do a check. We'll write notifier.is session completed. If it is, we'll return a size box, so essentially nothing. Otherwise, we'll return that button. And I'm just going to put some commas here to make this format not so ugly, so it's a bit cleaner. Okay, so that's a lot better, a lot more readable. Let's see how that looks. We'll do a hot restart. Select birds. Kiwi. Flick that away, don't know that one. Duck. Yards, know that one. So now we should just have Kiwi. So round completed. Retest incorrect cards. And Kiwi's popped up. Now let's flick that away. Session completed. So now we can go home. And we appear back home. Now let's pop into another category. And cool, we have another category. Retest incorrect cards. and we can keep testing that until we get it correct. And session completed, home. Okay, cool. So we now have a button to retest the incorrect flashcards. That's working really smoothly. And also to exit the app and replay another pack of cards. Next up, we'll update that results box to show some basic stats about how many cards were answered correctly and also to show a percentage. So now let's display the stats in the results box. So in the actions, we can place in a table widget. So this is perfect for the layout that we're looking for. This takes a list of table row. So let's create our first table row. So just like building an Excel table, in turn, this takes in a list of cells. So we'll create our first table cell and we'll give it some text and we'll name this round. Now let's jump in so we can see this. Okay, so we have our first table cell. Now let's also create another table cell. So next to this one. And we'll put in some dummy data here. So we'll say round 3 and we'll set the alignment to the right. Okay, so we want to create a few of these table rows. So instead of duplicating this code, we'll extract a method, build table row. Then down here, we need to pass in a couple of arguments. The stat and the title. So replace this with the title and replace this with the stat. Now we need to pass in that information. So the first one, round, and stat, put in any number at the moment. Okay, now let's copy this and paste this a few times. So we'll have 5 in total. Number of cards. How many were correct? How many were incorrect? And the percentage. All right, cool. Let's also apply some padding. Okay, so here we have the basic outline of some stats. Now we need to track the stats. So in Flashcards Notifier, so we'll create some stats all of type int. So the first one, round tally, we'll set that to 0. The next one, card tally, we'll set that to 0, all set to 0. Correct tally, set that to 0. Incorrect tally, set that as well. And last one, correct percentage. So first of all, for the round tally, to track what round we're on, every time we select all words, round tally should increase. And second, card tally, how many cards were answered in total. So when we generate all of the cards, we can write card tally is set to selected words, length. Let's put this down here so they're together. Then for the correct and incorrect tally, we'll come down to update card outcome. So if it is not correct, incorrect tally, increase that by 1. Else, the correct tally should be increased. We can remove this print function here. And lastly, we need to work out the correct percentage. So we can just write a basic method, calculate correct percentage. And it will be the correct tally divided by total cards played. So the card tally. And because this will return a double, we'll update it. We'll put it as an int just to keep it cleaner. We'll say percentage times 100, and then we'll round that to the nearest whole number. So we can just use the round function there. And then we can set correct percentage equal to that, because this will return an int because we're rounding it to the nearest integer. And now we also need these numbers to reset. So we're going to count how many rounds, but if we exit the whole session, then round tally should go back to 0. So I'll write that in there. Our card tally will be set every time that we generate a set of new cards. At the same time, we should set correct tally equal to 0 and incorrect tally equal to 0. Then here, when we want to show the results box, let's calculate the percentage. So we can call that method we just created, calculate correct percentage here. Okay, so now that we've done that, we'll go into the results box. So now we can easily pass in these arguments using provider. So we'll use notifier. So this is from consumer, which we've set up. So the first one, round tally, and we need to call toString. And then we'll do the same for the rest of these. And for the correct percentage, I want a percentage sign. Okay, so we've updated there. Now I'm also going to update these names a little bit. So total rounds, total cards, number of cards, number correct, number incorrect, and correct percentage. But now we can see that it's overlapping a little bit. Some of these names are a little bit too long. So what we can do is extend the width of the first column. And the widths can be adjusted by using the column widths property. So here, this takes in a map, which takes in a type of int and a table column width. So each column will be represented by an int. So the first column will be 0, second column will be 1, and so on. And then we can size that by using table column width. So let's do that. So we'll create the map. So let's make the first column larger. So that's column 0. And then we can use flex column width because that implements table column width. So we can use that. And now we can set a flex value. So let's set a flex value of 3. And for the second column, so column 1, we'll put that at a flex value of 1. So let's update that. All right, cool. So clearly the column width for the first column is now proportionally a lot bigger, and that text fits in there. And also coming down to the column here, which has our buttons, I'm going to wrap that in some padding. I just want a bit more padding around the button. And let's increase that to 12. All right, so now we're pretty much done. Let's complete this. We'll do a hot restart and run through. So Kiwi, Flamingo, and Duck. So we should just have Kiwi come up again. Retest incorrect cards. Cool, we got Kiwi, so we know that now. And now we have session completed. And now we have the home button there. And rounds, total rounds was 2. Number of cards 1. Number of correct 1. Number of incorrect 0. Correct percentage 100%. Go back home. Jump into another topic. Cool. And then that comes up. Awesome. And because music just has 1 card at the moment, we have session completed because we've marked that 1 card is correct. All right, great. So the stats are working well. The layout is looking pretty good. And now we can move on to the next step. So next up, we'll build a progress bar that'll indicate how far through we are when we're flicking through the cards. Let's now add in a progress bar so we can see how far along we are when we're completing a round of cards. So the first step is we'll create a new stateful widget, and we'll put this in a new Dart file, and this will be named progress bar. I'll type ST, and we can select STANIM, and this will create a new stateful widget ready to go to create animation. So here we already have an animation controller set up and dispose called on the instance of the controller. So that means we've saved a lot of time just by writing out that boiler code. And import material. Okay, so here where we've initialized the animation controller, let's pass in a duration, and we'll put in 300 milliseconds and make that const because this is set in stone. Okay, coming down here to the container, let's replace that with a linear progress indicator. So this will build out our progress bar. So it's specially designed for purposes like this. And we can pass in a value. And this is a value between 0 and 1. So 0.5 will be 50% complete. Okay, so now that we have the shell created, let's place this on the page on the screen so we can see it being built out. So back in Flashcards page, let's pass in this widget here. Progress bar. I'll put this behind card 2 and card 1, so card 2 and card 1 animate over the progress bar. Okay, we can see a progress bar, a very small skinny one, has appeared up the top. Let's move this to the bottom of the screen. So I'll pass in alignment and bottom center. All right, so now this is at the bottom, and let's also make that a bit larger. So to do that, we'll go back to the progress bar and we'll use the min height property, and let's set that height based on whatever size the device is. So we use media query of size, store that in a variable. So now we're basing it on whatever size the screen is. We'll set the padding proportional as well. And because we're getting the size from media query, we can't have that as a const. Okay, cool. I'm just going to click that so it's a bit clearer. And there we can see the card animated over the progress bar. So that's what we want. Okay, next step is let's round those corners so it sort of fits the whole feel of the app. Do that, wrap with widget, and we'll wrap with a clip rect. So therefore we can clip the child's corners. Border radius dot circular, and we'll pass in the circular border radius const we created earlier. So everything's set with the same consistent style. Cool, so we now have curved edges. Let's also update the color. So we can do that in our theme, where we've created our themes. So configs themes. We can use progress indicator theme and progress indicator theme data class. So let's set the color. We'll set that as red. And we'll set the background, the linear track color, to something a bit subtle, like gray. That doesn't stand out. Okay, we have to do a hot restart to get that to feed through. All right, cool. So we now have the progress bar set up. Now we need to actually have it work. So what we need to know is the percentage. We need to have a percentage update dynamically about how far through or how many cards have been completed out of the total. So to do that, we'll go to the Flashcards notifier, and we'll create another method, and we'll name this calculate complete percent. And we'll create a variable which will work with this method. So of type double, we'll name this %complete. So %complete should be equal to obviously how many cards have been completed out of the total amount of cards for a given round. So we can go correct tally plus incorrect tally divided by card tally. So just use these variables that we've created up here. And then after we've worked that out, we should notify listeners. So we need to call this method. Let's call this where we update the card outcome. So calculate complete %. Let's update that name to completed % to make it just a little bit more clearer. And the next thing we should create is a method to reset the progress bar, because when we do a new round, we obviously want to reset that progress bar back to 0. So we'll name this reset progress bar. %complete goes back to 0 and notify listeners. Okay, so we have two methods that we can now use to update our progress bar widget. So let's go back to the progress bar widget. So to listen to Flashcard's notifier, I'll wrap padding with a selector. So this is similar to consumer, so it's from provider, but the difference is a selector will act like a filter. So in this case, we only care about one variable, which is that %complete variable we just set up. So therefore, it's much more efficient, so we won't have unnecessary builds. So we need to pass in Flashcard's notifier and also the type of the variable that we'll listen to, which is of type double. And then we'll have a selector property. So we have a context. I've just put an underscore there because we don't need to use that. And also, this is our provider, so Flashcard's notifier. I'll call that notifier. And we can write notifier and select the variable from Flashcard's notifier that we care about. So we care about %complete. Now we need to also add in a builder. So the middle parameter is what we care about. And I'll put double underscore for the last parameter. So now we have access to this variable. So this selector, similar as a consumer, but we're just listening to changes in this one variable, %complete. And next up, I'm going to open up this builder here. So convert this to a block body. So we can write in some code. And we want to create two variables, the start position and the end position. So where the animation starts from and where we animate to on the progress bar. So we'll create two variables. Let's create them up here. So both of type double, and we'll name the first one begin value. So nice and obvious. And both will be initialized at 0 and end value. All right, cool. So we have that set up, and we'll set the end value, which will be set to %complete. So when that updates, our end value will be now set to whatever value that is. And now we need to create an animation object. So we'll name this animation, and we'll set this to a tween of type double. So the begin value, we'll pass in our begin value variable and the end value and animate this. So we can pass in curved animation. So we can put in a curve, and let's pass in a curve. Ease in out circ. So now we've set the animation. We now need to actually have the linear progress bar animate. So let's wrap this in an animated builder. And we have an animation property. So let's pass in the controller. And we have a builder. So we'll replace the child with a builder. Now, instead of the value being hard-coded at 0.5, we can now use the animation object we set up and select the value property there. Okay, so we have our animated builder, which is going to rebuild the linear progress indicator and move it from position to position, we need to start the animation. So the final part we'll call controller.forward. And before we run forward, we should always make sure the controller is set back at the beginning because we'll be running this multiple times. And now, when we animate from say 0 to 0.25, the begin value, which started off at 0, should now be 0.25 because that's the starting position from when the progress bar next animates. So we need to write begin value is set to the end value. So that way we'll animate from the last position where the progress bar is, rather than always animating from the beginning. So let's do a hot restart and see how it goes. So we start off at 0. Cool, so we've done one card and we've completed. Now let's retest incorrect cards. Okay, so now we need to reset that. So let's go into Flashcards Notifier. So we need to reset the progress bar. So let's come down here where we generate all selected words. And we can select reset progress bar here. Okay, so let's run that again. Retest. All right, so that progress bar is back to 0. Now the progress bar did animate back to 0. I think it will look better if it just starts off back at 0. So we can add one final bit of code to fix that back in the progress bar. We can write here, if the end value is equal to 0, so we must be at the very beginning, then the begin value should also be set to 0. Should have the value of 0. So now let's run that. Retest. Cool, we're back at 0. Let's go again. And perfect. So in the next phase of this app, we'll create a settings page where we can customize the flashcards. So we can flip around the languages, hide the pinyin, and create an audio only option. So let's go ahead and do that. So in Pages, we'll create a new Dart file. We'll name this settings page, create a new stateful widget, and we'll create a scaffold. So we'll use a scaffold to lay out the UI. For the app bar, we'll use the custom app bar that we have created earlier. Now the app bar expects a preferred size, so we'll wrap this in a preferred size. And now we need to set the preferred size. So size.from. And rather than writing in the height in our custom app bar in various places, we'll create a const to represent the height. Copy this. So here we'll create a const of type double. Set this to 56. Jump back. Import. And now if we go to Flashcards page, let's update that with our const now. So just keeping things consistent. Okay, so the next step is we want to navigate to that settings page when we press this icon on the top left of the screen here. So we'll go to the home page and the size box here, wrap this in a gesture detector. So we're wrapping the icon, that settings icon, in a gesture detector. We'll have access to the onTap property, and this function will run when we tap that icon now. So let's use navigator. And we'll push on the settings page. So when we're in the settings page, we can just pop it off again. And material page route as before. And point to the settings page. Okay, so let's test this. All right, cool. So we're in the settings page. We can pop that off and jump back in. Now we do have one issue, and that is the icon is not showing, and that is because that icon is using a hero animation. So we need to update the tag in the hero animation. So if you look at our custom app bar, this is using a hero animation, and its tag is based on the topic, and we set that in Flashcards Notifier. So this is an easy fix. If we go to home page, we can just update that and set the topic as settings. So therefore we won't get an error. So we'll use provider of import provider. We need to set listen to false, and then we can set topic and pass in the topic of settings, and there should be an image in the app named settings. So assets, images, settings. Okay, so let's run that again. So let's navigate to the settings page, click the icon, and cool, we've navigated now to this new page. Close all this. Now the icon is looking a little bit too big, so let's update that. We'll make that say 16. So put some padding in the custom app bar, and that looks a lot better. Okay, let's jump into the settings page. So now we can start building out the body. So let's create a series of buttons to represent the different options, and we'll stack these on top of each other. So we'll use a column, and the button that we'll use a switch list tile. So let's hot reload. Okay, so we have a switch list tile, so therefore we can toggle the different options on and off. So let's look at value and onChanged. So onChanged firstly, when we toggle the switch button, the onChanged will run this callback and will get passed in the value, which will represent whether it's been toggled on or off. But to actually update the state of the switch list tile, we need to rebuild the widget and update the value. So we'll pass in true or false based on whether it's toggled on or off. So we'll come back to this at the moment and build it out. But firstly, let's outline the different options that we'll have. And to do that, we'll create an enum. So we'll create an enum and we'll name the settings. So to create an enum, use the enum keyword, name the settings. And the first setting will be English first. The second setting, show pinyin. And the third setting, audio only. So we now have three different options which are encapsulated nicely in this enum. So now we need to update the state of our switch list tile when we toggle this button, and also notify the rest of the app. So to do that, we'll create another provider. So inside of notifiers, we'll create a Dart file and we'll name this settings notifier. We'll create a class, settings notifier, and this must extend a change notifier. Okay, so now let's set up the provider. So here we have multi-provider, so we can just add in a new provider, create one nice and easily by adding it in here, and that will be the model class we just created, settings notifier. All right, cool. So we've now created that. Let's jump back to the notifier. So in this settings notifier, we want to track the different options and whether the different options are turned on or off. And a good way to do that is by using a map, where we'll have a collection of key value pairs. So for the key, that'll be our settings, the enum we just set up, and then for the value, that can be of type bool, so on or off. And we'll name this display options and import that library. Okay, so now we can populate this map with our different settings. So the first one is settings and English first. So that's our first key. Our key must be of type settings. And then the corresponding value, let's set that to true. So by default, English first will be set to true. The next one, settings.show pinyin, we'll set that to true too. And then the last option, audio only, we'll set that to false by default. So now we have this variable of type map where we can track the different options and the corresponding value. So whether the button has been switched on or off. So now let's create a method to update each of these values. So update display options. So we need to pass in two arguments. The first is what is the settings we want to update, and the second is do we want to turn that true or false. So required settings, we'll name this display option, and required bool, and we'll name this is toggled. And because we're dealing with a map, we can write display options and use the update method. So this will look for the key value pair based on the key. So we'll pass in the key, which will be the display option we pass in, and then we can update the value, which will be the value that's passed in. So is toggled. So this will look for the key value pair based on the key and update the value. After we've done that, we need to notify listeners. And lastly, we'll create a method to revert back to the default settings. So we'll name this reset settings. So we'll update this. So each one, settings, English first. So by default, the value will be set to true. Show pinyin, true. And the last one, audio only, false. And notify listeners. So we now have settings notify set up, which will track the state of our switch list tiles. Now let's go back to the settings page and update. So when we switch the toggle on or off, this callback will run, and we need to communicate this change to our settings notifier. So the first thing is we need to wrap our switch list tile in a consumer from provider. So as before, and now the type will be settings notifier. Okay, so here, when this runs, we can call that method we just created, update display options. So in this case, let's update the first switch list tile. So in our switch list tile, let's create a title. We'll say English first. And our display option will be settings dot import our file and English first. And we'll update that. So what value do we pass in here? That is the value that's passed into our callback. So we'll pass that in here. So now we've communicated that change to the settings notifier. We actually need to rebuild the switch list tile so the UI reflects this change. So to do that, we'll first use notifier. Then we'll select display options. So we have access to all of the entries, all of the different entries in our map. And we want to find the first where the key is equal to settings.English first. And we need to pass in the value of true or false. So here we can select value. So let's run that and see how it looks. Okay. All right, awesome. So we can now switch this on or off, and we can see it stays in position. So now we can add in the other buttons. And let's refactor this out so we're not duplicating code. Cut this. We'll create a new subfolder. Settings. And we'll put this in a new Dart file. Import everything that we need to. So we need to pass in the information to the button about what button it is. So we'll do this by our enum, and we'll name this display option. So this is a required argument. And rather than the text saying English first, the text will now be display option. And for the time being, we'll use the name property. So here, where the key equals English first, so where the key equals display option, and on changed, this needs to be updated to display option. Okay, so now we've got this going. Let's jump back to settings page, import our new file, display option. So settings dot English first. Copy this. The next one will be settings dot show pinyin, and the last one settings dot audio only. Okay, cool. So we now have these 3 switch buttons, and we can toggle each of these on or off. So if we go to the settings notifier, we could create a print function here just to see what's happening. And we'll say button display option dot name and is toggled. So show pinyin is false, show pinyin is true, audio false, audio true. Okay, cool. So the buttons are working well. We can update the state of the buttons really easily. And we can just add in new options with that map. Okay, so next is we need to update the look of the buttons. First of all, we're using the enum name, and that doesn't look too good. So what we can do to update this is we can create an extension method on the enum, which will allow us to easily create some text here. So to do that, we'll go to methods. So to create an extension, we'll use the extension keyword and then give the extension a name. So it's not too important, but we'll name this settings to text, and we'll apply this on our settings enum. And we'll create a method to text that we can call on our different enum values. And then because we've got different values, we'll use the switch statement, and we can match this against the different enum values by using this keyword. So the first option will be case settings dot, and need to import the library here. So settings dot English first, and now we can return any string that we want. So I'll write show English first, and we need to return this, and we're returning a string from this method. All right, cool. So we have the first one done. Let's create our different option. Settings dot show pinyin, return show pinyin, and our last option is audio only. So we've created this extension method to text on our enum. So now we can easily call this method, and either one of these texts will appear based on what enum value we have. And I'll just update this name to pinyin. So now let's test this out. So we'll go to switch button, and instead of calling the .name property, we can now call this new method we've created to text. So this is really easy now. So let's see how that looks. Cool. So now these names look a lot better. Let's also update the color of the switch tiles so it fits the theme of the whole app. So As before, we'll jump into themes and we'll use switch theme and switch theme data class. We want to update the thumb color. We need to do this using the material state property. And this will be of type color. And now we can pass in the color that we want, which will be red. We need to do a hot restart. Cool. So that color is looking a lot better. Now let's go back to the settings page. Now I want to create two buttons. So we'll create a button that can reset these settings to the default settings and a second button which can exit the app. So to do this, let's wrap the column in a stack. And to do that, I'm actually going to wrap that first in another column just for formatting purposes and then change that to a stack. So now I can create another column. And the reason for that is we can set the second column to have an alignment at the bottom of the screen. And in the second column, let's use a list tile. So we don't need a switch button this time. And we have a title, so let's put in the title. Okay, so it's reset settings, so there it's overlapping. So let's change the alignment. Main axis alignment dot end. Cool, and now that's at the bottom of the screen, so exactly what we want. Let's add an icon, so use the leading property, icon, icons dot refresh. All right, cool. And also we need this button to actually do something. So on tap, and here a function will run. So we want to call the reset method we already created in the settings notifier class. So we'll wrap this in a consumer. Okay. So now we can use the notify variable we've created and access reset settings. So if we look at settings notifier, this is this method here, reset settings. Okay, let's test that. So we'll change these. And cool, it's gone back to the default settings. Okay, awesome. Now let's create a button to exit the app. Now again, rather than copying this code, I'm going to refactor it out. Probably not absolutely crucial here, but just a good practice. So if we want to add another button, that's really easy to do. So we'll extract a Flutter widget and we'll name this settings tile. So we need to pass in 3 parameters, the icon, a string for the text, and a function that will be called. Okay, so let's update this. So the icon, the text, okay, so we've got those 3 and make sure they are required up here. And let's put this in its own file. And import where we need to. Okay, so just the material. Now jumping back, import the library. Now pass in the argument, so the title, reset, the icon, and the callback. So here we can just write the callback again, notifier, reset settings. Now we can create the second button. So we'll name this exit app. The icon, we'll change that to exit to app. And now we need to actually write the code to exit the app. So to exit the app, we can use system channels .platform and .invoke method. And in here, we'll pass system navigator.pop. Okay. Cool, so we've got these two buttons at the bottom. So let's test them out. Reset. And cool, we exited the app there. Alright, so the next step is let's actually have the flashcard syncing up with the settings buttons. So if we jump into a flashcard, we can see that the English is first and there's an image. So let's update the display. So in the flashcards page, go to card display. And the first thing is we need to be able to listen to the settings notifier. So let's wrap this consumer in another consumer, and we'll listen to settings notifier. Okay, I'm going to open up the arrow here and turn it into a block body. So the next thing is we'll create some variables so we can update the display, and these will be based on the different options. So the first one, set English first. So we want to be able to read the value from the settings notifier. So notifier.display options, and then all of the entries in this map, and the first where this condition is met. Import here. English first. And we want to return a bool because the value is true or false. So dot value. And this should be element dot key equal to the settings dot English first. So cycle through this map, and the first element that meets this condition, there's only going to be one element, will return this value. Okay, so we return that, so we have true or false. So now we need to update the UI. So this is card 1. So this is the first card. So this is the card we're looking at the moment. So we can create a condition here using the if else and the spread operator. So we can write if set English first is true, and we can then use the spread operator, 3 dots, and return this list of widgets. So cut this and paste this in here. So if English is true, we'll return these widgets here. Otherwise, else, we can use the spread operator again, and then return another series of widgets. So if this is false, we want to return some different widgets. So we want to return the Chinese, so build text box, and instead of English, we'll change this to character, and then we need to add the pinyin. So pinyin down here. So now using the if else statement and the spread operator, we can return this list of widgets or this list of widgets, depending on whether set English first is true or false. Now we need to update card 2. So using the same idea, let's cut this here, paste it in the first block. So this will run if set English first is true. So that's the default setting. Then else, we can copy this, paste this in here. We can keep the image. Instead of the Chinese character, we'll change this to English for the text, and we don't need the pinyin. Okay, so we now have this condition set up based on set English first. Let's test this. Let's change show English first to false. Okay, and we have the Chinese now first. Flip that around and the English is on the back side. let's fix up the UI a little bit. So on the first card, I want the Chinese characters to be a little bit more prominent, so I can increase the flex value, which we've added in here. So we have 1, let's update that to 3. Okay, cool. So that looks a little bit better. And overall, I think it'll look better if we increase the padding. Let's put in 28. Okay, cool. So we now have the first variable working. We can then update the second variable. So final show pinyin, and we can just copy this code here, paste that in, and instead of English first, show pinyin. So now where we have the pinyin, we can just use the ternary operator here. So show pinyin true. If this is true, we'll return this. Otherwise, let's return a sized box. Okay. And we can do the same thing down here. Copy this, paste this in, change this to word 2, add a comma here. Okay. So let's hide the pinyin. Cool, so now we have no pinyin. Let's go back. Let's also set show English first as false. So we have no pinyin here and the Chinese character is first. Cool. Let's jump out. Let's reset the settings. Cool. And then we're back to the start again. All right, perfect. So this is looking good. The final condition is if we want the audio only mode. So we can write final, audio only, copy and paste this here, and audio only. So now let's update the UI. So here we want 3 different outcomes. So I'll change this else to an else if, and then we'll create an else. Okay, so we've got 3 sets of widgets that can show depending on the conditions. Now, because audio only, if that is true, we don't care about set English first. So to avoid any conflict, if they are both true, I'll put set English first as the default down here, and I'll make audio only the first condition. So therefore, if audio only is true, we don't care about these conditions running. All right, then here, I'll add in a TTS button. So we have this updated. So 3 potential outcomes. And down here, we'll do the same. We'll change this to an else if, show pinyin, add an else, cut this here, paste it in, change this to audio only. So if it's only the audio on the second card, let's show everything. So I'll copy this and paste it in here. So we can have the pinyin and the Chinese and also the English. Okay, so if audio only is true, on the reverse side, we'll have the image, the English, the Chinese character, and the pinyin if that is turned on. So let's run it. Let's turn test listening on. Okay, 冲浪板. So this is surfboard. Cool, and we have surfboard.
冲浪板贝壳
贝壳. So this is seashell. Awesome, so this is working. Exit. So as mentioned before, if test listening is true, we shouldn't be able to change show English first. That should be disabled. So let's update the settings page so show English first is disabled when test listening is turned on. So we'll go back to the settings page, and I'm going to open this up into a block body, and I'll create a variable, and we'll set this to display options, so we want to find, again, the first where the element dot key equals settings dot audio only, and we want the value. Okay, so if this is true, we need to update the switch button for English first, so it's disabled. So let's go into the switch button, Control B, and we'll create a variable, and we'll name this disable, so it's of type bool, and we'll make this a parameter up here, this disabled, and we'll set that to false by default. So therefore, we only need to pass in the value when we actually want to update it. So now here, where we have this method run, we can disable this. So we can put here, if disabled is true, then let's return null. So in effect, we're going to return nothing, and therefore this code can't run. We can also update that thumb color from red. So inactive thumb color, let's set that as, and we'll put with opacity, and we can do the same with the tile color. So again, disabled as a condition. We'll do the same here, but we'll make it a little bit more subtle. Otherwise, we'll put this colors dot transparent. Okay, so let's go back to settings page, and we want to pass in disabled and audio first. So when audio first is true, this button will be disabled. So let's run it. Okay, so it's now disabled because test listening is on. Cool. So we can now disable that button. So we can't change it, and that makes it a lot more logical. Another touch up to the UI is I want to add in some faint divider lines in between each of these buttons. So let's jump back to switch button, and I'll wrap this in a column. And therefore, I can use the divider widget under, and we'll make this relatively subtle. So a height of 1, and we'll put a thickness of 1 also. Cool, so now we've got some subtle dividing lines in between each of these options. Let's also do this for the bottom buttons. So settings tile, wrap this with a column, and here we'll put it on the top. Put the height and thickness to 1. Okay, cool. Let's complete the settings page by saving the user preferences. So when the user exits the app, their preferences will remain in place. We can do that by using shared preferences, which allows for persistent storage of simple data. So exactly what we want. So as per usual, we'll copy the dependency in the pubspec file, paste that in, and run pubget. So to save the preferences, we'll go to settings notifier, and in the update display options method, we can remove this print function. We can use shared preferences. So the first step is to get an instance of shared preferences. And we're using a callback here because we need to await a future. So when that future is ready, we can run this code here. So we'll use prefs. I'll change this name from value to prefs. That'll be our instance of shared preferences. And we can set bool. So we can set a bool, save that to the device with a key value pair. The key can be display option name, because this needs to be a string, and the value will be is toggled. So we'll pass in what's passed into this method is toggled. So the second step is we need to retrieve that information when the app restarts. So to do that, we'll create a method. So in methods, we'll name this update preferences on restart. So we need to update settings notifier, the map inside settings notifier, when we restart the app. So first of all, we'll get an instance of settings notifier. So provider of set listen to false. Store this in a variable. And we need an instance of a build context, so we'll make this a required parameter. So the next thing is we need to actually retrieve the data that was stored to the device. So again, we'll use shared preferences, and again get instance, then. So inside here, we'll again change this to prefs to make it a bit clearer. So prefs get bool. So this time we want to get it via the key. So now we need to get the key, and to do that we can loop through the 3 entries in the map and settings notifier. So these 3 entries. So we'll create a for in loop to do that. For var e in settings notifier, display options, entries. So this will loop through all of the entries, so the 3 entries. We'll cut this here, paste this in, and the key will be the entry key dot name. Then we'll store the result in a variable. And then the final thing is to update settings notifier with that information. So settings notifier, display options, update. So update via the key. So this is using the entry.key and then the value. So the value will be the result that we get back. Now we do have an error here, and that's because we could potentially get back null if there's no key. So therefore we'll do a null check. If result does not equal null, then we'll update settings notifier. So if there is already a key saved, then we'll update. Otherwise, this won't run here. Okay, so we've now created this method. We need to call this method. So let's call it from the main. So when the app first starts, all right, and now we can test it. So let's change this. We'll put show pinion as false and test listing as true. Let's restart the app. And cool, that's now stayed in place. So we're now able to save the user preferences. And lastly, let's clear share preferences when we click the reset button. So we'll create another method, clear preferences. So again, we need to access shared preferences, get instance, then change value to prefs. Inside here, we want to loop through all the entries in the map. And for each entry, we'll clear the key value pair if it exists. So we can do that by writing prefs remove, and we want to search for the key. So E, which is each entry, and because this is a string, we've saved the key with the .name property, and that's done. So now back in settings notifier, we have reset settings. We can call the method here, clear preferences. Okay, so to a hot reload, let's click reset. Okay, so we've reset that back to the default. Do a hot restart. And awesome, we are still in the same position. So we have reset it and that's saved. Let's test. So let's put everything to false. Hot restart. And everything has remained in that position. So therefore, we can store the preferences and also reset them really easily. Alright, so we're going to create one final page which will display all of the flashcards that have been saved to our database. So the first step is, in Pages, we'll set up that new page, which we'll name Review Page. Create a new stateful widget of the same name. And now we want to navigate to this new page from the home page. So the same idea, we've navigated to the settings page with the gesture detector. So wrapped the settings icon with the gesture detector. We'll copy the on-tap logic here and wrap the review page also in a gesture detector. So basically just doing the same thing. Paste in the on-tap and we'll update the settings to review. So this is the image that will be displayed, and update the page that's pushed on from settings page to review page. So after we hot reload, tap the review page and we've now navigated to this new page. So a screen of blackness. So let's update this. So firstly, we'll change the container to a scaffold as we've done before. Put in the AppBar and we'll be using the custom AppBar as we have with the settings page and flashcards page. Let's wrap that in a preferred size widget. And pass in the constant there. All right, nice. So we now have our AppBar already done for us. So next step is let's build out the body. So at the top of the body, just under the AppBar, we'll create a couple of buttons, and then under that we'll create the list of widgets. So let's use the body property. And because we're stacking these things on top of each other, we'll use a column. And now we'll create our buttons, and I want these in a row. So we'll use a row widget. And I'm also going to wrap the row in an expanded because it's inside the column here. And then we'll use an expanded inside the row. So in here, we'll have an elevated button, on pressed, and the child will be the text. All right, cool. So we have a button in the middle of the screen. Now we're going to have a couple of buttons. So firstly, let's refactor out this button into its own widget. We'll name it Header Button. So we're going to use this button a bunch of times. So we want to pass in the callback that'll run and also what will display on the button. So the text, so final string title, and also the callback. So now we can just replace this here. And these need to be required parameters. Okay, cool. So we've got the button, and also as normal, let's put this in its own file to keep things organized. We'll create a new subdirectory in components. This will be our last subdirectory for components. So this will be the review page. And a header button file. Back in the review page, reference that new library. Now we need to pass in the title. We'll put insert card for the time being. And the anonymous function can just be empty. We'll update this later. Now let's copy this button and paste it again. And update the second button so the title reads Clear Cards. So this will help us build out the animated list that we're going to create. All right, cool. So we've got two buttons. Now we want these at the top, so let's push them up to the top. And we'll do that by creating another widget and placing it in the column. Let's update the flex value to 10 for the second widget, and this first widget we'll put in 1. The default value is 1, but we'll just make it explicit here. All right, nice. So we've got the button pushed up to the top. Let's jump back to header button and just update the formatting a little bit. Firstly, let's put some padding around. So I'll wrap the button in some padding. And the buttons are yellow, and that's based on the app theme that we've set up. But in this case, the background is yellow, so obviously it will look better if we have a different color. So let's make these buttons red. So we can do that by using the style property, elevated button, and the style from static method. And for the primary color, we'll use theme of and access the primary color, which is the red color we've set up. All right, cool. So we've now got these two buttons set up, and we'll put in some print functions. Okay, hot reload. Cool, insert card and clear cards. All right, great. So we've got these two buttons set up, insert card and clear cards. Next up is we'll create an animated list under these cards. So let's now create an animated list under these two buttons. So the first step is we'll replace the size box. So we'll replace this with an animated list. We have an item builder. And this will run a function for every item in the list. And we want to build out the widget that will be displayed. So in this case, we use a list tile. So the item builder gives us access to an index, which will help us track the position for every item in the list, and also an animation. So we can use that to apply any type of animation that we want when we insert or remove an item from this list. Now we'll sync this up with a database, but first let's plug in some dummy data just to get it going. So in words, we'll select some words. So it doesn't matter which ones. Jump back to review page, and we'll create a variable. So this is a list of type word. Import the model class. So now we've got some words to work with. Let's update this with the list. So first of all, we want to set an initial item count. So this will be set to review words .length. So therefore the index will run from 0 up to whatever number this is. Now before we run this, I'm also going to refactor out the list tile into its own standalone widget. We'll name it word tile. So this will represent every single word. So we'll pass in each word. And now we can display that with the list tile. So we use the title property. So here we can select the English, pinyin, and character. We'll just put the English for the time being. And now we need to pass in the word. So the word will be our list of words, and we can use the index we're given by this function. Hot reload. All right, cool. So we've got 5 words populating on the screen. So now let's update this to an animated list. So the first step is I'm going to assign a list key. So I'll just create the variable name here. Then up here, let's create that key. So list key is the name we gave it. So this will be a global key, which is of the type animated list state. So now we can access animated list state through the list key, and now we can call a couple of handy methods, insert item and remove item, to run an animation when we insert or remove an item into the list. So let's look at that now. So we've passed that key in. So let's create a method to insert an item into the list. So we'll make this a private method just down here,
we'll write insert word. So this will take in a word that we want to insert into the list. So now we'll use the list key, that variable we just created. We'll select the current state getter, which will get the animated list state. And now on that, we can call insert item and remove item. So in this case, we want to first select insert item. So we'll now insert an item into this list at this index. So at the moment, let's just put it at the end of the list. So we'll put review words dot length. And we have a null error here, so we'll just add the null operator, and that's gone. And we also need to update the underlying list. So we need to keep track of two things, the animated list state, and we also need to manage the underlying list. So we'll just write review words dot insert, so a similar method. The index will be the same index. Just copy this here, paste it in, and then the item we're inserting is word. It's passed into this method. So let's call this from the button insert card. So coming up here, we have a header button on pressed. Remove that print function. Insert word, and we can just select any random word. So we'll select duck, paste that in. Now let's do a hot reload. And here we go. So we're inserting the word duck, but obviously there's no animation that's running. So to get this working, we need to actually create the animation widget to run the animation that we want. So first of all, I'm just going to cut this word tile and put it in its own Dart file. Paste this in and reference that new library, import. Okay, now back in word tile, we can now set up the animation that we want to run. And in this case, we want a slide animation. So when we insert a card, it'll slide horizontally onto the screen. So to do that, we'll wrap the list tile in a slide transition animation widget. So position takes in an animation of type offset. So let's set up a tween to define the slide animation. So we'll name this tween offset. So this will be set to a tween offset. We have the begin position. So we want this to be off the screen horizontally. So the first number is horizontal that we pass in. So we'll put 1, so off the screen. And then we have an end position. And this will just be 2 zeros because it'll just be the original default position. And we have an error here because it's saying the variable we've set up is initialized with a non-constant value. So to get around that, we'll just remove the const keyword from the constructor, and that solved that error. Okay, so we've got the tween offset. We also need to create an animation object to link up with this tween. So let's create an animation. So now we can pass animation in, and we can use the drive method, and we can then pass in the tween offset variable. Okay, so now this slide transition will run based on this tween offset. It'll slide in from the right into the screen when we insert an item. So the last thing is we need to pass in the animation object into this class. So let's create a required parameter. And if we jump back to review page, so where do we get this animation object? So it's given to us by the item builder function, animation here. So we can just pass this in directly like that. So let's see how that looks. We'll do a hot reload. And cool, we can see that duck is now flying into the screen from the right. So now we can insert a single word. We actually want to update this. So when we open review page, all of the words will automatically animate onto the screen. So therefore, we can update this method easily. So we'll change this to insert words. And instead of inserting a single word, we'll insert a list of words. Update this name to words, so make this the plural. Okay, and we can do this by using a for loop. So I will run up to words dot length, so however many words we pass in. Now we can cut these two methods, paste them in. Alright, so firstly, the index should be changed to the I variable from the for loop, because we'll loop through the words one by one. And likewise, for the insert method, we call on the underlying list, and it'll be words at the index of I. Okay, so now where we call this method, we need to change what we pass in. So at the moment, we're just passing in an individual word. Let's create a list of words to pass in. So we'll just create a variable. And let's just cut everything out of review words, and we'll put this in initial words. And now we can just pass the initial words variable straight in. So now let's do a hot restart. Jump back in. Alright, so the screen is empty because review words is now empty. Now let's insert. And cool, everything has now flown into the screen. So exactly what we want. So I'll just update that name to insert cards. So we'll update the logic soon, so this runs when the page loads. But firstly, let's just complete the methods here. So we have insert words. Let's also create a private method, remove word. So this will remove a single entry. So again, we need to pass in the word that we want to be removed. And again, we use the list key and select the current state, which will return the animated list state. And on that, we can call remove item. So this is pretty much the same idea, except there's just a couple more steps. So firstly, this will remove an item at this index, but it's going to remove this item immediately from the animated list. So what we need to do is to create a variable to store the item that we want to remove. So therefore, we can have it animate off the screen, otherwise it'll just disappear straight away. So we'll create a variable, we'll name this W, that'll just store the word that we pass in. So again, remove item is going to immediately remove the item that we pass in at this index, but actually we want that item to animate off the screen, so we don't want it to disappear straight away. So we'll just store that word in a variable, and also we're given this function which will build that widget as it animates off. So for the index, we'll put review words, and to find the index, we can use the index of method and pass in W. And now for our function here, that's going to build the widget as it animates off the screen. So we want to return the widget that'll be displayed. So that'll just be the word tile, so that won't change. So here we'll pass in W. If we pass in the word directly, the widget would actually appear to change as it animates off. Okay, we have a null error here, so we'll just use the null operator, just as before. And lastly, we just need to update the underlying list. So review words, we'll use a similar method, remove, and we can just pass in W. So to get this to run, what we'll do is we'll create an X icon, a clear icon on each of these tiles. So when we tap it, it'll animate the word off. So we'll jump into word tile. And in the list tile, we can use the trailing property. So this will be at the end of the list tile. We'll use an icon button. So let's select the icon. So select the clear icon. And we have our callback. So a hot reload, and we can see we've got the clear icon at the end. So when we tap one of these, we want that word to slide off the screen. So what we can do to communicate about what button has been pressed, we can run a callback which will pass back that information. So we'll create a callback, so of type void callback. So this is just a function that'll run, and we'll name this onPressed. And because I've set void callback as a nullable type, this is not required. So therefore, we'll place it inside of the function body here, onPressed,
If this is not null, indicated by the question mark, we'll then run the function that's passed in. Alright, so if we tap this button, we'll call a function that's been passed in, and then inside of that function, we can trigger the animation to run. So back in review page, inside of the word tile widget, we can pass in a function here. So we'll write in remove word, and this will be review words at the index. Okay, so let's do a hot reload. Let's remove an item, and cool. We can see that the items are flying off the screen. And we'll create one final method to clear all of the flashcards at once when we tap the clear cards button. So clear all words. We don't need to pass in anything because this is just going to clear all of the words on the screen. We'll apply the same idea with insert words by running a for loop. I'm just going to copy this code here with the list key, paste this in. The item, the index we pass in can be 0, so the first item, because we'll be looping through one by one. And the word that we want to animate, we can put in review words at the index of I. Now to avoid any conflict with this for loop, we'll just remove everything from review words at the end. So we can call the clear method on review words after this for loop has run. And we need to put this inside a callback just to avoid any conflict with the for loop. So it'll clear all of the words after that for loop has run. So just inside the callback, we'll run the clear method. Okay, so clear all words is going to loop through all of the words on the screen and animate them off one by one. And then once that's done, we'll clear all of the words in the underlying list. So now we can call this method. So remove the print function and clear all words. So this is inside the callback when we tap clear cards. Now let's do a hot restart. Insert cards, clear cards. Cool. So let's just improve the animation a little bit more just to complete it. So we'll go to word tile. Let's improve the animation by just applying a curve. So to do that, instead of passing in the tween offset inside of this drive method, we can instead pass in a curve tween, and we can now set any curve we want. So we'll select ease in out sign, but we still need to pass in the tween variable. So we can just chain the drive method again at the end of it here, and then pass in tween offset. So that's nice and easy. We've now applied a curve. The next thing I think will look good is if each item animates in from a different direction. So left, right, one by one. So to do this, we can use the index of each item to determine whether it slides in from the left or the right. And then what we can do is just create two offsets. So the first offset can be tween offset left, and we'll create a second one tween offset right. So we'll put a minus sign on the first offset, and the second one will be from the right, so this is a positive integer. So we can just use this as a condition to check whether the number is even or odd. If the number is even, then we'll return tween offset right. If the number is odd, we'll return a tween offset left. So the final thing is we just need to pass in the index into this widget. So we'll go to review page, the index, so we can just pass in the index directly that we get from the function. So we also need to update word tile here. So the index, to get that, again, we'll write review words, use the index of method, which will find the index, then clear all words, index, and we'll pass in I. So this will be from the for loop. Okay, let's test this. Hot reload, insert cards. Cool, we can see all of the cards have flown in and the animation looks a lot better now. Let's clear the cards, and that looks really good. Now that we have the animated list working well, we'll update the word tile UI. So we'll go to themes. We can use the list tile theme and then the list tile theme data class. So we'll set the tile color. Let's set that to the constant red we created. Let's set the tile text. So we'll set that to white. Let's also set the icon to white. And let's also round the borders. So use the shape property, rounded rectangle border, border radius, circular, and we'll pass in the constant. So circular border radius. We'll also add a slight border. So using the border side class, set the color as white, and we'll set the width as 2. Let's do a hot restart so those changes can feed through. Insert cards. Okay, so that looks a lot better. And let's also put some padding in between the tiles. So in word tile, so let's wrap the list tile in padding. We'll use from, so the left and right, let's put 8. And the top and bottom, we'll put 3. Okay, so that looks a lot better. Let's now show the image on the left-hand side, the Chinese, and also an icon button so we can play text-to-speech. So first of all, let's show the image for every word. So we can use the leading property, then image.asset, and then put in the path. So this will be assets, images, and each word is passed into this widget already. So word.english and .png. Okay, cool. So we have the images there, but the alignment looks quite messy. So to fix that, we'll put this inside a size box and we'll put 50 for the width. And we'll also put a bit of padding around the image. Okay, so that looks quite good. Then under this, let's also display the Chinese and pinyin. So on the text, we'll put this in a column and we'll change to the character and the pinyin. And we'll put the alignment, the cross axis alignment, and have that start, so that's on the left hand side. Okay, let's now add an audio icon on the right hand side so we can play text to speech when the user taps that icon. So we've already set up a text to speech button, so let's reuse that. So in Flashcards page, we have a TTS button. Firstly, let's move this to the app folder because we'll be using this in a couple of pages. Now in the TTS button, now this runs based off Flashcards notifier, but in this case, we want to tap an icon. So what we could do is just pass in the word to this widget instead of using consumer. So up here, we'll pass in the word to this widget. So we'll create a variable word, import, then we can just replace with widget because we're accessing it down here in the state class dot character. So that's the word we pass in. We can remove consumer because we're not using it anymore. And also we've set the icon size as 50, but that will be too big in this example. So we'll decrease that size. So we'll create another variable, icon size, and we'll put in icon size and we'll set that as a default value of 50 unless we pass in a different value. And we'll just remove these import statements. So down here, we can then update this using widget.iconSize. Okay, so next is we just need to update the card display in Flashcards page. And because we already have consumer set up, we can just pass in the word. All right, now we can go to word tile and set that up. So we want this on the right hand side, so we'll be using trailing. Firstly, wrap the current icon button, which displays the clear icon, and we'll put in TTS button. Now TTS button is in an expanded, so we'll also wrap the icon button in an expanded, and we'll also wrap the row in a size box so we don't get an overflow error with the layout. And we'll put in 80 for the width, and we've got word automatically passed in to the TTS button, so that comes from the word we pass into this widget. And icon size, let's set that at 25. Okay, cool. So let's test this.
老虎
Cool. Tiger, 老虎.
奇异鸟
Okay, great. So this is working. Now if we clear cards and insert cards, we do have one issue, and the TTS button is actually mucking up the animation, so we need to fix that. So luckily we can get around that. We press Ctrl B, jump back to the TTS button. So the animation seems to be affected by Set Up TTS. So what we could do is just run this after a small delay, 500 milliseconds, so this won't matter at all. Control Alt L. Okay, so now if we rerun this, clear cards, insert cards. Okay, cool. So that's fixed that little problem, and this is working well. So what we'll do next up is we'll let the user customize these cards so they can change what is actually displayed with the click of a button. So now we'll create some buttons at the bottom of the screen so the user can decide what is actually shown on the flashcards, which makes sense being a language app. So the first step is we'll create some buttons. So we'll jump back to review page. And what we'll do is under the animated list, we'll create an elevated button. So here we have an on pressed, and we'll just have this empty at the moment. So an empty text. And we want a few buttons at the bottom, so therefore we'll wrap this in a row. And we'll also put this row in an expanded. And the flex value, we'll put that at 1, so the default is 1, but just to make this clear, so this will be 1/12 of the height of the body. So let's do a hot reload. Okay, so we can see the button at the bottom left. Let's also wrap in an expanded. Okay, so we have one button. Now because we'll have a series of buttons, let's refactor this out. We'll name it language button. We'll cut this and put it in its own file. Okay, so the buttons will control the image, the English, the character, and the pinyin. So we'll set up an enum to represent those 4 different options. We'll name this language type. So the first will be image, English, character, and pinyin. Now jumping back to the language button, we'll have this passed in. And therefore in here we can write language type, and we'll just access the name property for the time being. Let's also change the color. So style, elevated button dot style from, the primary color, we'll set this as the primary color that was set up. So that'll be red. So let's jump back to review page. Firstly, import the library. Pass in the language type. So language type dot image. Okay, cool. We've got one button. Copy this. Paste this. So we have 4 in total. English. So just easy to update now. Character and pinyin. Okay, so we've got the 4 buttons. Let's jump back to language button and we'll just put a bit of padding around the button. We'll update this, so we'll put 6 on the left and right, and 1 for the top and bottom. Now the buttons are obviously looking quite clunky with the text in there. So instead, let's replace this with a symbol. So we can use an extension method to do that easily. So we'll jump into methods. And we've already set up one extension method. So we're just going to copy the same idea. So firstly, the extension keyword, and we need to give the extension a name. So in this case, we'll name it language symbol, and we'll place this on language type. We'll then create a method that returns a string to symbol. And now we can use a switch statement. So we can now compare against all the values in language type, and we can just put this keyword in here to do that. So the first case will be language type dot image. So what do we want for a symbol of an image? So in the Emojipedia website, we can just grab the framed picture emoji. So this is really cool. We can just copy the emoji and now paste that straight in, and that will now return this emoji. Now let's set up the other options. So for English, ABC, so we can put whatever we like. ABC will do here. Language type dot character. Let's put in the Chinese word for character. So I'm just going to write in Chinese, Chinese word for character. So you could also use Google Translate to put in what you want. And lastly, language type dot pinyin. Okay, so now we've got this extension method set up, we can easily apply it. So let's jump back to the language button. And now instead of language type dot name, we can select this extension method. So really cool, dot symbol. This will return a string based on whatever value this language type is. And awesome. So we've got these symbols displaying down there, and that looks a lot better. So obviously we want these buttons to now actually do something. So let's sync them up with these word tiles. So we'll use provider to do this. So in notifiers, we'll create a new class and we'll name this language button notifier. Extend a change notifier. So this will determine what is actually shown on the word tiles. So here we can put bool and create some variables. So show image, we'll set the default as true. Show English, set the default as true. Show character, set the default as false. So you can set whatever default value you would like. In this case, I think it makes sense just to show the English, and then the user can choose to show the other language if they want. So now we have these 4 variables. We need to create a method to update them. So update show language. We need to pass in the language type. So now we can use a switch statement, which works really well with enums. So the first case will be language type dot image. So show image will be set to the value of the opposite of show image. So if show image is true, we'll turn that false, and vice versa. And the same idea with all the other variables. Use the break keyword here to break out of the switch statement. Okay, and at the end of that, call notify listeners. So now that we've set up a change notifier class, we should also set up our provider. So in main, we can do this easily. Change notifier provider. And as easy as that. Okay, so the next step is when we press one of these buttons, we need to update provider with that new value. So therefore, we'll go to language button inside the on pressed. So we'll use provider, import of context, and in here we'll write language button notifier. Set listen to false and call the method update show language. So the language we want to update is the language type that we pass in. So we'll just write language type there. So now that we're updating this variable, we now need to listen to those changes. So therefore, we'll jump into the word tile. And here we have English character and pinyin. What we can do is wrap list tile with a consumer first, so we can listen for these changes. All right, so here we can just use the notify variable as a condition. So show English. If that's true, return the text. Otherwise, let's return a size box. Likewise, show character. So otherwise, we'll just return essentially nothing with a size box. And here for the image, we'll put notifier, show image. Okay, so we've now set up the provider. We'll update the variables and then also listen for the changes. So let's give this a go. Insert cards. Okay, so we've just got the English. Let's add the characters. Cool, let's add the pinyin. Awesome, let's hide the image and the English. All right, awesome. So we can update these really easily. So now, if we just wanted to test these words, so let's say hide the characters, hide the pinyin. Okay, so we could just go through and try and guess each of these one by one and then add in the characters. Or if we want extra help, add in the pinyin. Or vice versa, we could obviously just have the Chinese displayed and therefore just try and guess it based off the characters.
冲浪板
Or we could hide everything altogether and just base it off the audio.
冲浪板
So surfboard,
奇异鸟
kiwi, and so on. We'll now link up the review page with a database, and we'll be using the SQLite Database, and the SQLite package will help us do that. So first step is we'll copy the dependency, paste this in the pubspec file. We're also going to use the path package, which will help save the database at the correct location on the device. So we'll copy the dependency and paste that in too, and run pubget. Now we have an error here related to the current version of the path package. So I'm just going to bump this down to 0.1 and run pubget again. And now we're good to go. So the first step is we'll create a database manager class, and we're going to pop this in its own directory. We'll name this databases and a new Dart file, database manager. In this new file, we'll create a class, database manager. So as the name suggests, this will be responsible for everything to do with the database. So therefore it makes sense that we only ever have one instance of database manager. So to make sure that's the case, we'll implement the singleton pattern on this class. So the first step is we'll create a private constructor. We'll name this internal. So we're making it a private constructor by prefixing the name with an underscore. So it also must be a name constructor. So by making this constructor private, we can only call it from within database manager. We'll also create a static final variable. We'll name this instance. This will also be private, and we'll set this to the private constructor. And lastly, we'll create a factory constructor, and this will return the instance. So the private constructor will be the constructor that actually creates the single instance of database manager. The factory constructor is going to act as our public default constructor, but it won't actually create the instance, it'll just return an instance. So the first time the factory constructor is called, the internal constructor will run, it'll generate the only instance of database manager, and the factory will return that. And any other subsequent times the factory runs, it'll just return that existing cached instance. So therefore, we'll only ever get the same instance of database manager. So now that we have the singleton out of the way, we'll just make some comments here to say singleton, and now we can look at the database code. So now we'll set up some variables. These will all be final and of type string. The first one will represent the database file name. We'll name this flashcards and just write .db for database. The next one will be the table in this database. We'll name this words, and this table will have 4 columns: topic, English, character, and pinyin. So let's set up a variable for each of those. Alright, now that we have the variables done, let's set up some methods. So the first one will be to initialize the database. So init database, and all of the methods will be asynchronous, so we'll use the async keyword. So now we want to get the location on the device for where the database file will be stored. To do that, we can use the getDatabasesPath method, and this comes from the SQLite package, and we'll return the result in a string. So we'll name this devices_path, and this will return as a future, so we'll use the await keyword. We now want to join devices_path with the database file name to create the full path for the database. So to join them together, we can use the join method, and this comes from the path package we imported. We need to pass in the devices path and join that with the file name, so database. And we'll store this in a variable path. Okay, so now that we have that done, we want to open the database. So we'll use the open database method from SQLite. We want to pass in the path, and that is done. Now the first time we want to open a database, at that path, it won't yet exist. So we're given a property on create. So a database will be created at that path with the file name, and a callback will run. We'll call execute on the variable, and then we can enter in SQL to create the table. So to create the table, we'll write create table. Now we want to enter in the table name, so we'll pass in that variable table and then brackets. So in these brackets, we can set up the 4 columns, which will just be these 4 columns here. So firstly, we write in the column name, and these will all be text. All right, and we also don't want any duplicate rows. So what we can do is we can apply a constraint on column 2. That's the English column. So to do that, we'll set up a primary key, which means we can restrict any duplicate rows based off column 2. And column 2 makes sense because each English word will be different, but column 1 will have repeating values with the topic. And now for onCreate to run, we also need to set the version. So we can select the version property and pass in 1. And the very last thing is we want to return the database from this method. So this will return a database. This will return as a future. So right click, return as a future, and return await. And I just need to add text on the last column there. Okay, so now let's set up the next method, and that'll be to insert into the database. So insert word, we want to take in the word we're going to insert, and again add the async keyword, and import the library for the model class. The first step is to get a reference to the database, so we can call the method initDatabase, store this in a variable, so we have 2 ways to insert. We can select raw insert and type in a SQL statement, or we can use a helper method insert. So both will do the same thing. Let's select the helper method. First we need to pass in the table, and now we'll pass in the word. Now there's an error here because we can't directly pass in a word object. We need to pass this in as a map. So what we can do is we can go to the model class, and we'll create a method that'll convert this word object into a map. So we'll name this toMap, and we want to return a map. The key will be of type string, and the value will be of type dynamic. So return, and then we'll use the curly braces for a map. So let's set up the key value pairs. The first will be topic, and the value will be the value we've stored in the topic variable. And we'll do this for the other variables. Okay, so now we have a way to turn this word object into a map. Back to the database manager, we can now easily just call toMap, and that is done. So each map will correspond to a row in the table. Now here we have a primary key on column 2,
So if we do have a conflict with the same value, we can set conflict algorithm to replace. So we'll replace the existing row with this new row, so effectively just avoid any duplicates. And lastly, we'll add the await keyword, and we don't need to return anything from this method, so we'll just return a future void. Okay, so now we can insert into the database. Let's select from the database. So select words. Firstly, get a reference to the database, paste that in. And again, we've got two ways to query the database. We can use raw query and write in SQL, or the helper method query. So again, we'll select the helper method and we'll pass in the table. Now, just as we insert a map into the table, we'll get back a list of map. So we'll get back all of the rows in the table. So we'll set up the return type. This will be a list of map. We need to write this in explicitly. And we'll save this in a variable named maps, and we'll await this. So we get back a list of map, but we actually want a list of word. So if we jump back to the model class, we want to do the reverse operation here. So what we can do is we can set up a factory. We'll make this a named factory from map. We'll pass in the map. We're going to convert into a word. We'll name this map. And with the factory, we can use the return keyword, and we want to return a word. And now we can initialize all of the values in this word object. And we'll get the value by passing in the key. So this will be topic. And we'll do the same for these other parameters here. So now we have a way to turn a map back into a word. We want to return that back in a list of word. So to help us do that, we can use the generate constructor on the list class. So we can use this constructor to cycle through all of the entries in the maps, and for each one, convert it back to a word. So first of all, we'll pass in the length. So this will be maps.length. And we have an index. So this will run from 0 up until how many entries we have in the maps variable. And for each time we loop through, we want to return a word. So we can use the from map constructor we just created. We need to pass in the map. So we can write maps and at the index that we're given. And lastly, we want to return this from the method. So therefore, we'll return a list of word. And this will return as a future. So wrap that in a future and add the return keyword. Now also, we may want to only select some rows from this table. So let's set up a way to do that. So we can create a variable. We'll put this in the curly brackets. So therefore, it's an optional parameter. This will be of type int, a nullable type. And we'll name this limit. We can then use the limit property and pass in limit. So if we pass in nothing, because this is optional, we'll just return everything in the table. Otherwise, if we want to draw out, let's say 5 words, we'll pass in 5. And because we can select a limited number of words now, we should also randomize the selection. So to do that, we can use the order by property. We'll type in random with brackets. Okay, so now we can select from the table. We also want to remove from the table. Let's set up a method remove word. We need to take in the word that we want to remove. On here, we can use the delete helper method, pass in the table, and for the where property, we can type in the SQL code to remove a single row from the table. So we'll type in English equals question mark, and then for the where arguments, the where args, we'll type in word.english. So this is saying where English equals the question mark, this question mark is a placeholder for the value we pass into where args. So if English equals this value that we pass into where args, we'll remove that row from the table. And lastly, we'll add the await keyword, and we don't want to return anything from this method. So we'll set the return type as a future void. And next up, we'll create a very similar method. We'll name this remove all words. So this is going to remove all of the words in the table. So we don't need to pass in anything. And we can just remove these arguments here. So we just delete all the rows in the table. And finally, we'll create a method that deletes the database file. So remove database, add the async keyword. So to remove the database, we first need to get the path for the database file. So copy these 2 lines of code in the init database method.
paste them here. We'll select delete database from the SQLite package. We need to pass in the path, so that's passed in. Add the await keyword, and again we don't need to return a value, so future void. Okay, cool. So now that we have this set up, let's actually get it doing something with the app. So next we'll create a button so we can insert a word into the database, and we'll have this review page set up so when we open it, it'll display all of the entries from the database via this animated list. We'll now get this database working by creating a button so the user can add any incorrect cards to that database, and we'll set this up in the results box. So let's pull up the results box. So here we have drinks, so we want to create a third button. So let's navigate to the results box. Flashcards page, results box. So here we have two buttons. Let's create the third button. We'll copy an existing button, paste this in, update the title to save incorrect cards, delete the code inside the callback, hot reload, and now we see a third button has popped up. So when we press this button, we want to save to the database. So where do we get the incorrect cards from? If we go to Flashcards notifier, we have a variable incorrect cards, which is a list of word. So we can just read from this list. Now, firstly, I'm just going to make sure incorrect cards is always empty before we populate it. So in reset, this is when we exit the flashcards page by calling .clear. Now let's jump back to the results box. So we need to read that list, and we can do that already because at the top here we have a consumer which will access Flashcards notifier. So therefore, firstly, we'll set up a loop to loop through the list. We can access that variable by using the notify variable, incorrect cards.length. So every time we loop through, we want to insert that word into the database table. So we'll access Database Manager. And now we can call insert word. The word we want to insert will be incorrect cards at the index of I. All right, cool. Now after we press the button, let's make it obvious the button has already been tapped by disabling the button. What we can do is update to a stateful widget, so therefore we can call setState. We'll create a bool. We'll name this have saved cards. Set this to false by default. Then if we click this button, this callback runs, have saved cards should turn true. And we need to then call setState. Now if this is true, we'll disable the button by, in the onPressed, have saved cards. If that is true, we'll return null, otherwise we'll return this callback. And on a similar note, if the session is already completed, let's hide the button so it does not show up. So we'll copy this code here, which does the same thing. Paste this in, and now if we have no incorrect cards, we won't even see the button. Now let's also add the async and await keywords. And to see if this is working, let's also read from the database here. So we'll just print out how many words have been added to the database table. All right, let's test this. Okay, so we have one word, which is printed out here, added to the table, and that button is disabled. Let's add another word. Let's add tiger. Cool, so we should have two words, yes. Let's add a third word. All right, brilliant. So we have three words. Let's answer a card correctly. So all of the cards correctly, just one card in this pack, and that button doesn't show up. Okay, great. So the next thing is we want these cards to be displayed in the review page. So if we go to the review page, we want the flashcards to be displayed straight away by the animated list when the page loads. And in review page, we have the animated list widget, and we're going to get the data back from the database as a future. So therefore we'll wrap the animated list in a future builder. So therefore we can update the animated list when that data is ready. We want to pass in the future. So this will be database manager dot select words. So this will return all of the words as a future. We'll change the child to a builder. We'll have a context and also a snapshot, which will give us access to the data. Now I'm just going to change the arrow into a block body, and now we can write in some code. So firstly, we need to check if we have data. So to do that, we can use snapshot has data. So this will return a Boolean value of true or false. If we do have data, we want to return the animated list. So let's wrap this in curly braces. And then if we do have data, we want to populate the animated list. So therefore, we want to use the insert words method to insert the words into the animated list. So insert words, this is the private method. And now we want to insert the list of words. To do that, snapshot dot data. So this will be the list of data. And we need to explicitly cast this using the as keyword as a list of word. Now, if we do not have data, then we need to return something. So therefore, we can use else, and instead we'll return nothing, aka a size box. Wrap that in curly braces. So if we do have data, we will return the animated list, and if we don't, we'll just return the size box. Okay, let's do a hot reload. And cool, we have 3 word tiles showing up. Let's add in the English and put in the opinion too. So we've got grasshopper, tiger, and juice. Now you may have noticed the animation did not run, the fly in animation. So to get the animation working, we can just wrap this in a widgets binding callback, and that'll solve that problem. So widgets binding dot instance, add post frame callback, cut this line of code, paste it inside the callback, and that seems to trigger the animation. So we will now have that running. So let's do a hot restart and we'll jump back in. Okay, cool. So we have the cards flying in. Now we also have a second issue, and that is the tile color and the border seems to drop off when it animates in. So I'm not sure exactly why that's happening, but we can fix that with a bit of a workaround. So if we jump into configs, go to themes. So for some reason, the list tile theme is not applying properly. So if that's the case, let's just remove the color and also the border. We can keep the text and icon color as white. That doesn't seem to be affected. We'll then jump into the word tile widget. So we'll wrap the list tile with a container. We can then use the decoration property and box decoration. We'll set the border radius as circular, pass in the constant, circular border radius. For the border property, we'll use border.all. We'll set the color to white. And the width we'll set as 2. And for the background color, we'll use the primary color. Okay, so now we should get the same look. Let's jump out of this, hot restart. And cool, we now have a smooth animation again. Now let's jump back into the review page. And the next thing we should look at is when we remove a word card. So by clicking this X icon on the right hand side, we want to also then remove that word from the database. So here we have the remove word method we created inside of this callback in the animated list. So let's scroll down to that. So this is nice and easy. We'll use database manager dot remove word, and then we'll pass in the word, add the async and await keywords. And now we can remove a single word from the database. On the same note, we also want to remove all of the words. So again, and now we have a method remove all words that we created earlier and add the async keyword up here. Okay. Now let's test this. Jump back in. So we've got the 3 words. Let's remove juice. Now let's clear all of the remaining cards. Clear cards. Cool. Let's jump out. Now if we jump back in, that page should be empty. And great, the page is empty, meaning the words have also been removed from the database table. Now next is we want to create an option so the user can automatically test all of the cards in the review page. So they can just click a button and then go and start testing the cards. So first of all, we'll look at this Insert Cards button. So we'll update the name. So we don't need to insert cards anymore. We'll name this Test All. Remove all of the code inside of the callback. So now when we click this button, we want to navigate to the review page and test all of the cards. Firstly, we need to go to Flashcards Notifier. We have a method generate selected words. Our selected words will be set to all of the words by the topic. And that's all the words we've got saved in the words file here. But if we're in the review page, we want to populate selected words differently. So first of all, we can create a condition. If topic is not equal to review, so topic is the variable in this class, and if we're in the review page, we would have set topic as review. So we can populate selected words differently. And I'm also going to cut selected words and paste this inside these brackets. So let's jump back to the review page. So we want to populate the selected words variable. So we can access that variable in the Flashcards notifier using provider. So we'll use the static of method, import the provider library, Flashcards notifier, set listen to false, import the library, and I'm going to store this in a variable provider. So first of all, we'll access selected words and we want to clear the list. Now we want to populate selected words. Now one way we could do this, of course, is by using the review words variable. But in this case, let's keep using the database manager for this example, and we can run select words, which will also easily give us the ability to select a limited number of words. We can now use the then callback. So this is just a different way to access the value the future returns us. So the data we'll get back from the future will be the words. So when we get back the words, we'll populate selected words by setting that to words to list. So therefore, all of the words we get back from the future will be populated to selected words. And once we've done that, the final thing is we need to navigate to the flashcards page. So we use navigator, push replacement, material page route, and we'll push on the flashcards page. And we'll create one more button that will be very similar. So I'll copy the first button, paste this again. Instead of test all, we'll name this quick test. And here, using select words, we can pass in the amount we want to draw out. So we could pass in 5 as the default. But in this case, let's just put in 2 just to test this, and then we'll bump that back to 5. So let's see the buttons pop up. Cool, we have test all, quick test, and clear cards. So now let's run this. But before we do that, we need to populate the database again. So let's do that. Okay, so we have 4 cards in the database. Jump back into the review page. We have those cards popping up. Let's test those cards. And awesome, we can test these cards really easily now. So this is great. Jump back in. Let's run a quick test. So 1 card and 2 cards, and great. Now we can tick save incorrect cards. Those cards don't duplicate. Let's clear some cards. Clear all cards. Let's add some more cards back to the database. So the next thing I think will look quite good is if we have these cards laid out in alphabetical order. So this is nice and easy to do. We'll come down to the animated list. So we'll create a variable here. We'll set this equal to the snapshot. Now to sort the list, we can use the sort method. Then we can pass in a method which will compare all of the word objects in our list. So we can select a.english. Then on that, we can select compare to b.english. So therefore, we can use this comparison function to compare all of these objects based on the English property, and this will do this alphabetically. So now we'll pass in the sorted list here. So now let's do a hot restart. Jump back in. And awesome, we have the list in alphabetical order. Now the next thing we'll do is if there are no cards in the review page, let's disable these buttons. So it doesn't make sense that we can press them if there is nothing in the page. So first of all, to disable these buttons, we'll go into each button and create a way to disable it. So let's go into the language button. We'll create another variable. We'll name this isDisabled. This will be a parameter, and we'll set the default value as false. We'll then set a condition with the onPressed. If isDisabled is true, return null, otherwise return the callback. So we'll do the same thing with the header button. Okay, so now we have a way to disable these two buttons and just add equals false. So now we want to be able to notify the flashcards page when we should disable the buttons. We'll do that by using the language buttons notifier. We'll create another bool. We'll name this buttons are disabled, set this to false. We'll then create a method, disable buttons, and we'll set buttons are disabled to what we pass in and call notify listeners. So we can now use this variable to determine whether the button should be disabled or not. And now the change notifier covers all of the buttons in the review page. So let's update this name so it's a bit more relevant. Refactor, rename. We'll just name this review notifier. And we'll also update the file name. So what we can do is in the home page, before we navigate to the review page, let's already update whether the button should be disabled or not. So let's go to the home page. And here is the method that runs when we navigate to the review page. So here we want to check the database to see if the table has any words inserted. So what we can do is use Database Manager. So select all of the words. We can then use the then callback. So again, just another way to access the result from the future. Now we need to call the method we just created in review notifier. So we use provider to do that. Review notifier. Set listen to false. So we'll store the provider in a variable first. So now we can write if words, and we can check is empty, i.e. we've got nothing in the table. We'll then call the method disable buttons, and we'll pass in true. Else, we'll pass in false. After we've done that, we want to then navigate to the review page. So we need to cut this out and paste it inside the callback. So now before we navigate to the review page, we'll run this code here. We'll check if these words in the database will update the notifier. And because this is quite lengthy now, let's just refactor this into its own method. We'll name this load review page. So therefore we can just keep things a little bit more easier to read by having a private method down the bottom here. Now let's go back to the review page. If we remove a word, we should also check if we have removed all of the words. So here we can write if, and we can use the review words variable is empty. So call this method again, disable buttons, and we'll pass in true. And if we have cleared all of the words here, we definitely know the button should be disabled. So we'll copy this and paste this in here. Okay, and now the last step is we want the buttons to actually update based on the notifier. So we have two sets of buttons. We have the header buttons, the three at the top, and then these four language buttons at the bottom. Now to listen to the review notifier, we only care about one variable. So therefore, I'm going to wrap the row in a selector. So this means we can just select one variable to listen to. In the angle brackets, we'll first write the provider we want to select from, and the second type will be the variable we want to select. So in this case, a bool. We then need to select the variable. Buttons are disabled. So now we'll only listen to this variable, and we're putting the selector on the row. So therefore, we'll only rebuild this part of the widget tree. We need to update the child to a builder. We'll create the variable, disable, So now we can pass this in. So for the header button is disabled, and we'll pass in disable. So we've got 3 buttons. Okay, great. And we'll do the same thing for the bottom 4 buttons. So we'll just copy this code here. And again, we'll wrap this row. So we'll only rebuild these 4 children. Paste this in. Okay. And now we need to pass in is disabled, pass in the variable. So do the same for all of these 4 buttons. Okay, now let's do a hot restart and test this out. Let's clear all of the cards. And awesome, those buttons are disabled. Let's jump out, jump back in, and the buttons remain disabled. Let's populate with a card. Those buttons are not disabled. Let's remove a card. And awesome, those buttons become disabled. So this is looking really good. And lastly, if we go into the settings page, we have a button reset. So also in this scenario, we should delete the whole database. So let's go to the settings page. We have the refresh button on the settings tile. In here, we can write database manager and import the library. And now let's just remove the database. So in this situation, let's just delete the file. So if there is an issue with the file or anything like that, we can just reset it, delete it, and then create a new database file. And I'll add the async and await keywords. Okay, great. So let's do one final test. We'll do a hot restart. Let's populate the database, put in some bird words, save incorrect cards. The button is disabled. Pop into the review page. We can remove a word. Let's exit the review page. Reset. Jump back in. And awesome, the review page is empty. So we've deleted the database file and these buttons are disabled. So we're at the final stages of building this app. What we'll do next is create a guide box. So when the user first uses the app, they're guided in what they should be doing. So to do that, we'll go to App, create a new Dart file. We'll name this guide box, a new stateless widget. And we'll return an alert dialog. And for the title, we'll just put in some text so we can display something. We'll put in test. In methods, we'll create a method to run this guide box. We'll use the helper method, show dialog. So this builder will display the widget when we want it to. So in here, we'll write in guide box. We need an instance of a build context. So let's take this in. All right, cool. So we want to first run this guide box when the user first starts a flashcard session to tell the user to double tap the card to flip it around. So in Flashcards page, in the init state, inside the add post frame callback, because we need an instance of a build context, we'll call run guide box. So now let's run it. And cool, we have the guide box there. Let's build out the UI. Firstly, I'll remove the title and instead we'll use content. We'll put in a column and inside of the children, we'll first put in some text. This will have the instructions. Double tap \n for new line to reveal answer. Okay, so there we have the text popping up. Under that, we'll have an image. So these are the 3 images we'll use. So just images that are nice and clear. In images, we'll paste these in. So we have these 3 images in here now. We'll use image.asset, we'll put in the path name. So in this case, we'll be using guide double tap. We'll also wrap the image in an expanded. And also some padding. We'll make that 18. Now if the image doesn't show, perhaps try a full restart. So I'm going to do that, and hopefully the image should then show. Let's jump in. And cool, now we have that image. Now let's update the content text. So if we go to Configs Themes, we've already set up the dialog theme, so therefore we've got this red background and rounded corners. We'll also set the content text style. We'll just copy the existing text style for the title, paste that in, and we'll do a hot restart. All right, cool. So we have the text updated. Back in Guidebox, let's center that text. Text align dot center. Cool. Now let's also adjust the size of this guide box. It's a little bit too big. We'll firstly get size with media query. I'll create a variable. I'll name this height padding. And we'll times this by 0.2. Then in alert dialog, we can use inset padding, edge insets only. So top, we'll set this at height padding, and bottom, we'll also set that at height padding. Okay, so that's pushed that down. That looks a bit better. Now we want to create two guide boxes in this example. We'll create one that also tells the user to swipe left or right. To do that, we'll create a bool, and we'll name this as first. Now obviously a bool only makes sense with two options. If we had a few more guide boxes, we could instead set up an enum and have a whole lot of different values. But in this case, we'll keep it simple. So we'll just have two. So this is a required parameter. Then in the method, we need to determine whether it is the first guide box. So set up a required parameter is first. And now when we also call this method, we need to pass this in. So is first, this will be true. So the second time we want to run the guide box is after the card has flipped around. So let's copy this. We can go to card 1. On double tap, we can then paste this in here, and we'll set is first to false. Let's run this. So we've got the first card. We'll just dismiss it, flip this around, and now we have the second card. So obviously we want the UI to be different. So what we can do in the column is we can use is first as a condition, then dot dot dot, the spread operator, wrap these widgets with these brackets, then we can write else, so the other option. So now let's build out the second set of widgets. So first we'll create a column so we can stack some widgets on top of each other. I'll put this inside an expanded. We'll have the text. I'll copy this here, paste this in, and we'll change this to swipe left, new line if incorrect. And we'll set text align to left. Under this we'll have an image. Let's copy the image here, paste this in. So the image we want to use this time will be guide left swipe. Okay, cool. So we have that updated. Next is I want swipe right if correct to be side by side. So what we can do is firstly we'll wrap this in a row, and we'll also put the row in an expanded. We'll then refactor out this existing UI. We'll name this guide swipe, so a new Flutter widget. Copy, paste. All right, cool. So now we've got two side by side. So let's create a bool, so the same idea. If this is left, we'll return this text. Otherwise, put a colon, swipe right if correct, and we'll align this to the right. We'll also do the same with the image. And this will be guide right swipe. And we need to pass this in. So isLeft is true and isLeft is false. Swipe left if incorrect, swipe right if correct. So to dismiss the guide box, the user can click anywhere, but let's also add a button so it's as intuitive as possible. In Alert dialog, we have actions. We can pass in a series of actions. We just want one, an elevated button, and we'll write, got it. Inside the on pressed, we can use navigator dot maybe pop. This will pop off the last route on the stack, which will be this guide box. Now, let's actually put in some width padding as well. So we'll create width padding. We'll set this at 0.1, and instead of using only, we'll use from. So the left will be the width, so will the right, and the height padding will be the top and bottom, and we'll change this here to width. Okay, cool. So there we've got the width padding and also the buttons popped up. Let's stretch out that button a little bit. I'm going to wrap this in a size box. We'll put the width as size.width times 0.5. We'll center this also. So main axis alignment dot center. Cool. And let's add a bit of padding to the button. Okay, cool. I think that looks pretty good. Now, obviously, it's going to be annoying if these guide boxes keep popping up every time the user runs a card session. So to solve that problem, inside of Run Guide Box, we can use shared preferences to record whether the boxes have popped up. So as per before, firstly, get an instance of shared preferences. We use the then callback. In here, write in prefs. So prefs.setBall. So now we'll set a key value pair. We'll name this key as simple as possible, guide box. We'll keep the key simple, guide box, and a value of true. This could actually be true or false, it won't matter. And let's only have this saved if it's the second guide box. So we'll write if is first is false. I think the guide boxes also pop up a little bit too quickly, so we'll put a short delay in using the delayed method on the future class. We'll put in 1200 milliseconds. Cut this, paste it in. Back in the guide box, let's also add a bit of animation. So I've already created a fade in animation. So this effect will look quite cool. We can just easily apply this, wrap the alert dialog with the fade in animation. So let's jump into the flashcards page. We'll use shared preferences, get instance. So the same thing. Then we can check if prefs get ball this time at that key, so this must be exact, guide box equals null, i.e. we have not saved anything yet with that key. Then we can run the guide box. Let's also do the same here. So paste this in. This will be false. So now we have these guide boxes. They should only show the first time the user uses the app, even if they close the app and reopen it. And lastly, let's also provide a way to reset these settings. So here in clear preferences and methods, we'll write prefs.remove and type in the key. So clear preferences is called when the user resets the app in the settings menu. Okay, so let's test this. We'll do a hot restart. Jump back in and we don't have the guide box. So therefore, this does not show anymore. Let's reset the settings. So the guide box should show up again. And cool, the guide box is showing up again. So this is looking good. So now that we have the guide box working, we'll set up one other type of pop-up box, which will just be a quick notification box. So this is nice and easy to do. In the app folder, we'll create a new Dart file. We'll name this QuickBox. A new stateless widget. So this is using the same idea. Return an alert dialog. In here, we'll have the text. We'll use the title and we'll pass in the text that the QuickBox will display. And we'll also set this to text-align.center. Okay, so we'll also create a helper method to run this. We'll name this run quickbox. We need to pass in the string and also a build context. Again, we'll use show dialog and we'll then return the quick box. Now in this case, let's just have the box show up for a second and then pop off. So what we can do is we can use the delayed on the future class. We'll use the navigator class and maybe pop. And also for the barrier dismissible parameter, we'll pass in false. So therefore the user cannot dismiss this pop-up box before this 1 second. Otherwise, this may pop off the wrong route on the stack. And because it's only a quick pop-up box, this won't matter. So now there's a couple of places we can call this. Firstly, in the settings page, when we reset the app, let's have a pop-up box appear. So now run quick box. Nice and easy, we'll just write in the text, settings reset. Also, when the user saves an incorrect card in the results box, let's go to the results box. So have saved cards is true. We'll run a quick box. Incorrect cards saved. So obviously, if you want to add this in more places, that can be easily done now. So let's do a hot restart. Let's reset. Settings reset. Cool. Let's see the guide box. Double tap to reveal answer. Got it. Flip this around. Swipe left if incorrect. Cool. Save incorrect cards. Incorrect card saved. Okay, great. So we've now set up the guide box and quick notification boxes, which just make using this app, I think, a little bit clearer. So we're finally at the end stage of this project. We've just got a couple of things left to do and then we can wrap it all up. So next up, we'll just add in a couple of extra tiles on the home page so the user can quickly test any random 5 cards, any 20 cards, or randomly test all of the cards. So just any simple images to reflect that. I'll also make these images available if you'd like to use these ones. So in images, paste these in. We'll jump to the home page first of all. So here the variable topics populates the grid view on the home page. So we'll just insert the extra 3 tiles that we want. So to do that, we'll write topics, insert all. We want to insert this at the beginning. So we'll start from index 0. And now we'll write in random 5, random 20, and test all. And cool, we've got random 5, random 20, and test all. So now when we click these cards, we need them to do something. So let's jump into Flashcards Notifier. So we can just update the if-else statement. So if this is the first round, inside of here, we want to populate selected words based on the selection. So if the topic is equal to review 5, so the topic will be set based on the name that we've put in. Then in this case, copy selected words, .clear, paste this in, and then we'll use a for loop. Selected words .add, words at the index of I. So words is our full data list. So this is the first option, else if, and let's copy this code here. Topic equals random 20. So this should actually be random, not review. Paste in this, and we'll make this 20. So obviously just need to have at least 20 words in the full data list. Else if topic equals test all. In this case, selected words, first clear that, will be set to words to list, so all of the words. And lastly, if the user is not in the review page, it'll just populate by topic. Now, because we're selecting the first 5 entries, we should first shuffle the list of words. So up here, we'll write words.shuffle. Okay, so now let's test this out. Do a hot restart, jump in, and now we should have 5 cards. Cool, we had 5 cards. Let's test all. And we can see by the progress bar at the bottom, we'll flick through all of the cards. Okay, cool. So this is just now a handy feature for the user to just jump in and do a random test. Now, lastly, we're just going to fix up a couple of small bugs with the game. First of all, if we jump in, flip a card around, exit, jump back in, we have a problem with the cards not resetting. So this is an easy fix. What we need to do is when we exit the app, we need to reset card 1 and reset card 2 back into their default positions, the original positions. So when we clear reset, we'll select reset card 1 and reset card 2. Now let's test this again. Jump back in, flip this around, exit, jump back in, and those cards have reset back into the proper position. Okay, cool. So that takes care of that little bug. We also have a bit of a problem with the settings not syncing up exactly as it should. So if we jump into cards display, the first problem is that I've accidentally typed in show pinion. So this should be audio only. Additionally, for the second condition, we should not write show pinion here. This should be if set English first is false, because we already set the show pinion condition here. So therefore, this will just fix up the display. And lastly, on the same note, for the second card, we'll set English first is false here. So let's test that out. Hot restart. Jump in. So we'll turn set English first off. So we have the Chinese first, flip that around, and we have the English. Let's put the English on first. And cool, flip that around, and we have the Chinese. Now on the second card, I also think it makes sense if we put the text-to-speech button on this too. So I think that looks quite good. And on the same note, we'll display this on the first card too. So therefore, if it's the Chinese, we'll have the option for the user to listen as well. Okay, so now the settings button should correctly control what's shown on the flashcards. Okay, awesome. So let's give this app one last test drive and see how it all comes together. So hot restart. So we have the home page. We have all these different topics. You can keep adding topics. Let's first reset the settings. Settings reset. We'll jump into a topic. We've got the guide boxes. Got it. So seashell. Flip that around and we have the answer.
贝壳
We can play text to speech. We'll flip that away and we can keep flipping through the cards. The progress bar is looking good and the animation is feeling really intuitive. We can save the incorrect cards. Incorrect card saved. Let's jump into the review page. The cards fly into action. We can remove a card. We can update what's displayed on the card. And we can test the card straight away. So if we do a hot restart, jump back in, we have Seashell is still saved in our review page. So our data is persisting. All right, so that brings us to the end of this project. I'm sure there are heaps of different ways to improve the code and build on this app. So for example, one way would be to turn all of this source data here and manage it with a SQLite database. I think that will be a lot easier. Or instead we could hook it up with a cloud-based database like Firebase. We could add other features in too, like split the vocabulary up by difficulty and other ways to test the words, but I think we can leave it here. So I'll make the source code and images available if you'd like to check those out. Thanks for following along. Hope you've enjoyed the videos and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Cheers.